Hello, everybody. Good evening, or whatever time it is right now out there in VOD land and YouTube land. Oh, what are we going to do tonight? I don't know yet. Haven't gotten that far. We have all kinds of things we could be doing. And we could just level some classes to get some motes. But I think, let's see. Well, we're sitting here on our main kit. One thing I do need to do, though, for sure. And now I need to go get some just dupes from Inneruk to be able to mote up. Because we've got like this Earring of Bashing kind of trapped at 5. Our rings are stuck at +6 right now. So yeah, we definitely need some stuff there. So let's go hit Ring of South Row. And while that preps, get a little energy drink ASMR rolling. Impressive how that almost peaks the mic, actually, looking at the audio levels here. Pulsed. Could also do a quick Kazakh run or something for golem drops, maybe. I don't know. I don't need Kazakh himself, but I always need golem drops. And I need more slime blood. And we're just looking around, seeing if we see any sand giants while we go. Just in case. Can always use more Sand of Row, because we ultimately need 7 Sands of Row in order to make our Row armor set. Yeah, I don't see any. Because we really need to, hopefully one of these days, finish up our Fashion Quest mission. And, oh look, I saw that. Yeah, that dark elf we passed is named Drizzt. How creative. So yeah, we blew up Inneruk 3 and 4 on reset day. So we'll just do like 2 and down real quick, and we're just going to speed run these. The only minis we're going to take out are High Priest Makari if he's up, and we'll do Maestro for possible shield drops as well. Otherwise, though, we're not going to bother with the other guys because they're just irrelevant. Danger 2. Create raid. Yes, please. Though every hate raid does give us 2 mimics to start. So, I don't know, like one of the faster ways to get the mimic kill achievement would be to just do all 5 instances every single day. Just go in, kill the 2 mimics at the entrance, quit the instance. Go in, kill the mimics, leave. Go in, kill the mimics, leave. It's completely goofy, but it would work. You would have to do that, that'd be what, 10 mimics a day? It would take you 500 days to get the mimic achievement that way, doing nothing else. So, a year and a half, basically, of doing that. You know, the smart way to do that achievement would be to make actual personal instances of the zone. And just, especially on a rogue, run around, map out where all of the chests are, and just run around, kill all of them, drop the zone, get a new instance. We're going to ding a 6th AA point here in a moment. And I'm wondering what we should get with it. As I'm looking at our various... I could grab Rampage, for example. Which maybe isn't so silly because we have Frenzy to drop the cooldown and make the ability actually kind of vaguely usable. It is really our only theoretical source of AoE damage on this kit, other than crappy cleric AoEs. So there might be some semblance of logic to it. Oh, ethereal mist arms. Thank you. We actually need those. Very good. Because we can... oh, we don't... We are... We could actually... Yes, we'll just take those. Speaking of which, that might just be a smart thing to do as well. Just see, just make like a hate +4 instance and see how efficiently we can solo it. Even if we just like, kind of speed run over to High Priest Makari, pop him, and leave. Just to power up our cleric armor. You know, if we can get gear up to like +8, I think that's basically the point where I feel comfy just feeding it raid motes at that point. And for the record, we have Master of Spite over there. I do not need him. So we will be ignoring him today. By the way, what do we have? We have Thurgis Star plugged in right now. Very good. I like getting free mana even when it's not that much. 75 mana per proc. Which is not a lot. but it is more than 0. I'm just like curious what the particle effects on that look like when it goes off. Yeah, we're doing 494 now with Smite. Or grinding towards that magical 500 damage value. We're getting there. A couple more gear upgrades. Yeah, Slime Blood's at +7. About a third of the way there to +8. If we went and did like a Kazakh instance, and we don't even need to kill Kazakh, we can just kill the golems. Like we don't even need to do Draco Lich, honestly. Draco Lich has nothing we want at this point. And let's see, who do we have upstairs? We have... Oh, we have High Priest Makari here. Okay, we will actually kill him. That's 2 guaranteed pieces of cleric armor. Yeah, we need chest, legs, and arms for that. I'm pretty content to just mote up the legs at this point. Because getting enough dupes to go to +9 is challenging. Or time-consuming, I should say. Well, maybe we'll see how efficient it is to go to High Priest Makari on +4 solo. Fortunately, he's in the Maestro's concert hall upstairs, so he's eminently accessible. And the Evangelist counts as a like pseudo-named cleric, despite actually being a warrior. He does have the ability to drop cleric armor, albeit rarely. What are we farming tonight? Well, yeah, gonna try for some Inneruk drops first. See if we can get something other than just Cloak of Scales and Hotal's Bracer. Our ability to merge a few copies of those items are gonna pretty much decide what we do with our raid modes over the next month, basically. Also, happy Friday, everybody. It is now the weekend for those of you who actually get to have one of those. I have no idea what a weekend feels like. It's been too long. I have completely forgotten. But, oh, we get an Ethereal Mist chest plate. Okay. That's good. Progress towards the chest. Okay, nice. Yeah, we will want to mote that up to 4 or 5 once we have some spare motes. So, yeah, we definitely take those. Maybe a fear session tomorrow would be in the cards. To just load up and an Ethereal Mist helm. Now that sadly is not a piece we really care about because it is strictly inferior to the Valorium helm in every way. But I mean, it's so yeah, that one just goes into the auto merge because it doesn't matter. You know, how come we never get High Priest Makari in a +4 zone? Yeah, good old fear grinding session tomorrow actually sounds like a lovely time. And I need to get some endurance up. Just give ourselves a quick little breather. Yeah, 54's plenty. Here, have some pillage enchantment. Yeah, to get 6. And we need to add, I don't know, another 200-ish mana to our character sheet in order to hit the 500 smite threshold. Maybe about 180 mana, something like that. We'll get there. Means we need about 18 wisdom. Well, we can get potentially 4 wisdom off that ring. 4 wisdom off that ring. Some wisdom and some straight mana off our helmet. A little bit off. We can get another 5 off the ring. 4 off the mask. We can... The reason you're trying to get up to 500? Just because it's a nice threshold. It's a good landmark number. Also, it's probably the last major landmark number that's really feasible, because I don't think I don't think 600 is possible with current gear. With like even the upper limits of current gear. Yeah, I want to say about 530 to 540 is probably the upper limit on smite damage. Short of like specifically min-maxing mana to the at the expense of all else. And Zilkaril, good evening. Likewise, Carnor87, good evening. Is even putting a second full caster on the kit in addition to cleric doesn't really crank up the mana pool. That actually that might make a 600. That and like really min-maxing for mana, maybe a 600 damage smite is hypothetically possible. Maybe. It would be like I said, it would be an extremely min-maxed edge case that would actually not be an overall good gear set because you'd be sacrificing a lot of everything else. Also, here's an interesting thought. Oh, really? Oh, because he dropped the boots. Okay, well, we got another copy of the body armor, though. That's cool. We take those. That'll help us get the chest plate to +8. Yeah, we're going to need... We need 4 +5s in order to take this to +8. So we need 2 more chest drops to make that happen. So, but pal neck ench, you would need a lot of intelligence for that. Yeah, I think like maybe like pal cleric, or maybe like pal some other wizcaster enchanter could maybe make it happen. Maybe. But you know what? If we took off the if we took off the talisman of Kejar Kareth and put on like Bloodstar pendant, it would be totally doable at that point. Like the Bloodstar pendant alone, I think would make the difference there. So again, it would have to be a little min-maxed, but it's doable. All right, Maestro. Well, Maestro's undead here. Let's pull out our Dawnfire exaltation for this part. All right, Maestro. All right, here's something, that it's worth noting, because I only learned this a couple days ago. If you have a weapon proc that is a spell you can actually cast then focus effects like improved damage will work on that proc. No. Most weapon procs are their own unique effects that are not actually castable spells, or are not castable by the class that can equip the item. So it's kind of a rare edge case, but it is a thing. So like 524 on that banish proc compared to the 468 that it would do by default. So we actually rolled pretty close to maximum right there. Now with Winter's Roar, yep. Yeah, there's only a handful of cases where it actually applies. But Dawnfire, yeah, Winter's Roar, those edge cases do exist. It's mostly only a handful of old world cases. Yep. That's and and it's not big damage gains that we're talking about here, because we're talking about like an extra 20% on a thing that happens once every 40 to 60 seconds. So, not a big meaningful difference, but it's a thing. And stupid bard sword. Bloodfire on War Necro. Oh yeah, if Lord of Ire, we can actually skip him. And Tinfoil Hat, good morning. / evening. And then, yeah, it has to be a spell that you, on your current classes, can actually cast. So like a Paladin's Swinging Fiery Avenger with its native Flame Shock proc. If that Paladin has Wizard equipped, then it would apply to that. Why the big fancy Paladin sword procs a low-level Wizard nuke? I don't know. Yeah, Winter's Roar has a plus 64 proc mod. Yep. Yeah, Dawnfire has something similar. Dawnfire... Oops. Should be over here for one. Yeah, plus 54% on Dawnfire. If they allow moting procs, that would be nice. So, we get a little bit of mana up, and we don't need a full mana bar for +2 Inneruk, but, we're not... I don't need to fly that close to the sun. Although, what was that one, like, druid dagger or something that, or other, like, random dagger from, like, City of Mist that procs, like, conflagration or something? Um... Oh, he's coming out swinging with the ice comets today. Too bad I'm resisting. Only 117 saved cold, but I still flat out resisted one of his ice comets. He's 78. I mean, he's trying. I'm gonna say, yeah, he's coming out swinging. He's not succeeding, but yeah, Markar's Clash, nice try. 286 magic save says no. Yeah, Ice Com. Yeah. Hey, you know what? Credit where credit's due. He's casting mostly Ice Comet instead of mostly Immobilize. So he's at least actually trying to fight like a wizard. Rend, nice try. Stick with Ice Comet, my guy. Or, actually, yeah, Fire and Cold are perfectly balanced, so... I'd also like to reiterate my desire for, high difficulty setting NPCs to cast moded up spells. Oh yeah, for sure. You get, you know, when I get around to filming the like the best in slot gear guide video thing I want to do. Basically, what I want to talk about is kind of the way in which resists feel, at least from a vibes perspective, and I think it has some validity in like real statistics that like a save that is below 100 basically doesn't exist. From 100 to 150, you start to actually get value out of the stat, and then from like 150 to about 250/300, your success rate resisting just spikes. So there's this kind of like S-shaped curve on resist efficacy where it's a slow, well, it's the slow burn, kind of slow incline up to about 100, ticks up a little bit. You get to about 150 and it goes like almost vertical until you hit about 250. And then it kind of levels out until you get to 300. And by the time you get to 300, you're just resisting everything. So it can't get any better, basically. All right, Interrook, I would like some earrings and rings, please. Gold mask would be nice too. That is the wrong mask, my guy, and I don't need Skinner's belts. Yeah, these... Like, it's a good mask, but it's the wrong stats. Yeah, Triumphant Mask with the pile of save magic is just too good to not utilize. But we got an earring, so... That's something. We got one important drop out of that, so it's all good. Yeah, Earring of Bashing. Our current one is +5. Yeah, so currencies, lessers. No, put. Why? Yeah. Oh, lag? Game crashing? Game lagging? Internet dying? Did. Oh. Server crash? Game. What? Are. Hey, chat, are we. Did Freeport just poof again? I think it was me. That was weird. Stream froze for a minute? Okay, it was just like just long enough to actually like crash the game. All right. That was weird because the game doesn't normally dip that fast if you lag out. Weird. That was weird, and yeah, it actually booted me from the world and like right away. Weird. Okay. Oh yeah. All right. Anyway, put those in there. Boop. Currencies. I only have so we need what, 5 majors? I think 6 majors. Only 5. Okay. Or how many? I could actually just bump it straight to 7. I could moat both of them to 6. No, I don't need to do that. Oop, lag. Ah. Drop that in there. Go to 6. Boop. There we go. Okay. So. So if we get one more earring dupe, I think we'll actually moat it to 6, so we can fuse them into together into a 7. Oh, yeah, I was saying about needing to spend some AAs, huh? You know what? Steadfast Will. We need 12 points. We level We level 1 class from 10 to 22. We'll have Steadfast Will maxed. That's... which... You know, it's expensive, but if we just bite the bullet and get it done, then we never have to deal with it again. Like, yeah, 12 points is harsh, but... But man, is it a lot of value? Well... Erudin, just to... Well, I mean, the importance of that last rank is being able to laugh at the ogres. Because then I can look to the ogres, you know, and say, you know, look what you have to do to imitate even a fraction of my power. And, oh yeah, something, that what I was gonna say a minute ago when I got distracted in a, you know, in digression of who knows what. I was gonna say, you know, interesting conversation that came up in, I'm not sure if it was the, really? I'm not sure if it was the public Discord or the beta Discord, but an interesting discussion on endurance, and specifically endurance sustainability, as it evolves compared to player power. And what's interesting is that, specifically with regard to stances, that defensive stances become more sustainable as your gear improves, because defensive stances assess an endurance cost based on how much damage the stance is mitigating for you. So the more damage you are mitigating via gear, the less the stance has to cover. So the less endurance it costs over time and the more sustainable it becomes. Because, you know, as the delta between endurance cost and endurance recovery narrows, your uptime increases. You know, and if the delta hits 0, then you reach 100% uptime. Conversely, offensive stances, whether it be actual brand name offensive or striker or ranged or berserker, become less sustainable over time. Because as your weapon gets better and your attack speed gets better, you're doing more damage, you're getting assessed a higher endurance cost. So your uptime goes down as your overall power level increases. Should you pop an instance to kill Lucan for Soulfire? You can. Especially... Oh, yeah, jeez. Crit resist. Especially if... if you're trying to do kind of a low-ish level kill, and trying to deal with Lucan and his goons simultaneously looks prohibitively difficult, because his goons do repop very, very quickly. Now, if you have Mez on your kit, you can just Mez them, and it's no big deal. But if you want to not have to deal with repops, then by all means, yeah, spawn or I should say, create a non-respawning instance. That way you can just casually clear out the militia house and not have to deal with nonsense. Do keep in mind, though, by the way, as you're going through the house, on the backside of the militia house is Captain Hazran. He is a literal war god and will cleave your anus. Captain Hazran hits like a Velius dragon. Like, for real, he quads for like 12 to 1500. Don't mess with Captain Hazran unless you unless you have an actual raid force. Yeah, fortunately you don't actually have to deal with him. He's on the balcony out back on the rear side of the house. You do not have to go anywhere near him, nor should you. So he is a non-factor, but yeah, don't mess with him. If you mess with that bull, you will get the horns. That being said, though, kind of like Keymaster in Plane of Sky, I would like to actually get a group together and try to take him down, just to see if it's even hypothetically possible. Just to do it for funsies. Oh, another prismatic shield. And Mistress of Scorn we do not need. But oh yeah, I didn't realize Evangelist could also drop a prismatic shield. Okay, that's cool. What does how does the prismatic shield actually look equipped? I assume it's the normal, like, glowing doohickey. Yeah, it's the glowing, like, force field shield. Which is a pretty good shield graphic, honestly. Yeah, sadly, it's just a worse version of Shield of Rainbow Hues. That's, cleric only instead of all. You'd think the class-specific version would be better. Actually, shield isn't all. It's just, like, anybody who can swing a weapon, pretty much. Though, interestingly, monks can use it, but beast lords can't. It's kind of weird. I guess they just never retroactively added beast lord onto it. Which, what does, I assume it is also just the same as its actual icon. It looks like, yeah, it's just the usual spiked shield nonsense. But yeah, we were just killing time there waiting for mana for Maestro. Also, yeah, keep in mind with Lucan, if you weren't KOS to the militia before, you will be. Live form Lucan is a 1,000 point faction hit to the militia. So you're gonna be turning in goblin ears for days. If you ever want to fix that faction. What is the resist on his vampire touch? I can actually. I can't even get the battle spam to slow down hard enough to click on it. That's fine. I will say this Varish Bracer of Dominance, pretty good actually. For the level you get it at, that's rock solid. And Lord of Ire, you get a stay of execution today. Because I just don't need to kill you anymore. Yeah, we're gonna be hoping for another Earring of Bashing. Really need some more Engineer's Rings. Like I would, if we got an Engineer's Ring, I would actually, yeah, mote it to 6. Just so we can go to +7. I would give serious I would like start like raid moding that. First raid mode next week is probably going to go to Weight of the Gods to get this maxed out. Lorium chest we've got a little bit of progress on. Probably maybe put 2 points into Girdle of Faith. Ethereal Mist Legs, yeah. We're good to, I think, start moding those. And yeah, I would really like, in one of these upcoming revamps or whatever, I would really like another earring that's not just Evander's Hoop. Poor Interrook is just a single-class wizard now. And he's, alright, Interrook. Gonna come out swinging with some, yeah, he's doing, doing Drought of Fire this time around. It's not bad. It's a good spell. Instead of Ice Comet, he's doing Doing droughts? Okay. That's fine. You know, he knows my resists are a little high, so he's playing it safe. You know, trading efficiency for consistency. It's fair play on his part. Yeah, he's... Yeah, can't fault him for spell choice. He's trying. He's not succeeding, but he's trying. Yeah, Markars. Yeah, sorry, that's not gonna work, bud. You gotta... Yeah, stick to the droughts. Oh, mana detonation. That'll work. There you go. That's why we kill those two guards at the front, at the door before we come here. Because you never know where mana detonation is going to send you. So yeah, he tried. Oh wait, what? Thinking we haven't leveled Beast Lord at all. Good level Ranger. We can take Wizard up to like Mistmore, and just wreak Holy Havoc up there. That would actually be kind of fun, maybe. Take like Enchanter Wizard over to Mistmore and just clean house. Level Wizard to like 32 or something. Just thinking about how to get these, the stack of AAs that we need to finish Steadfast Will. Or take Rogue down to Guck. That works also. Now, all roads lead to Guck. Monk also is a thing we could do. Just take Monk to Befallen. Alright. Big money, no whammies. Wow, that's terrible. That is literally the worst. Alright, I mean, Bloodstar Pendant is a good item. Normally, I'd be happy to see that. But Cat Necklace exists, unfortunately. Otherwise, yeah, I'd be very happy to see that. We're just going to merge that. Cloak of Scales, don't care. Dark Brood Mask, really don't care. Eyes get sold for money. Pauldrons of Power is at least a backup item when we're not playing Cleric, but that's all that it is. So, wow, that was a waste. We got nothing from that run. There's a, good array of items he draw. I mean, sandals would be good. Either ring would be good. Earring would be good. Brewer's Cloak would be good. Any of that stuff would be very welcome. And, no such luck. Well, let's... Oh, I see High Priest Makari is here, though, so... At least we're gonna get some Cleric armor. At least there's that. But yeah, that last run, yeah, the highlight of that last run was getting 2 mimic kills for our for our Mimic Slayer achievement. Ugh. Yeah, downstairs we have Ashenbone and we have Courser Tavalla over there. Oh, hey, a Theologian Claymore. Cool. That's a very rare drop. Cool. What does that actually look like? What's the graphic on that? Really? That's a Theologian Claymore right there? Are you kidding? Little rusty short sword? Uh, seriously? Look, if that is supposed to be a Claymore, like... That so-called Claymore, I think maybe needs to invest in some Blue Chew Gold. Like, it's an old weapon. You know, it's, you know, maybe it doesn't have as good a graphic as it did, you know, when it was younger, but, you know, it's totally normal. I'm gonna just hit the Ashenbone here, just because there aren't that many Draco Liches to get Draco Lich credit for. So... just for Slayer credit. Because, yeah, there's brand name Draco Lich. There's, I think, four or five Ashenbones in all of Hate. There's the 2 at the top of the stairs, at the spiral staircase. And there's, like, 2 or 3 that wander around the first floor. And that's it. You know, plus Broodmaster. So... yeah, I actually forgot that Theologian Claymore exists. It's... oh, yeah, we still have not seen a Dark Metal Holy Water Sprinkler drop, which is weird considering how much time we've spent in Hate collectively and how many Iregasts we've killed. But... so... oh, yeah, yeah. And hey, maybe something nice will happen. Maybe Inaruk will drop something good this time around. Yeah, maybe something nice will happen. If nothing else, we get credit towards the Godslayer achievement, so there's that. We need to kill 100 deific avatars, which means Inaruk, Kazakh, or the Avatar of Fear in Temple of Kazakh-Thul. Hey, you don't get to leave. Temple of Kazakh-Thul, I feel like, is a zone ripe for a revamp. Because I don't think anybody goes there except for farming indicolite, or not indicolite, rubicite, and that's about it. If rubicite armor didn't exist, I don't think anybody would ever bother going there. Also, there are a million name mobs in that zone, and they all have horrific spawn rates. So most people have never even seen half of them. Baby shark remains. Actually, you know what? I can probably just run past those idiots over here and just go straight to High Priest Makari. Hey there, High Priest Makari. I see you've got some buffs. That's not how we do things around here, so thank you. Get pillaged. I should recast Ward of the Divine. Let's see, any... Oh, he gets to cast Divine Light because he's level 56? Really? Cheater? Like, that spell's not, like, actually in the game yet. I think this is the first time I've noticed an NPC casting a spell that is not actually... that's, like, out of era. The Lucan Skeleton with 1% HP left. Based. Absolutely clutch. Well done. Oh, and more Vambraces. Very nice. That is exactly what we needed. Less than 40 HP total. Woo. Hey, remember, the last hit point is the only one you need. So, You know, if you had 40 hit points left, that's 39 more than you actually needed. So, yeah, you were fine. So, does that finish your Soulfire then? You got the Mistmore part, or you have the Mistmore part. Okay, you've got your testimony. You have the letter. Just got to go to turn-ins. Yep. Remember to turn the letter in first by itself. That is important. As if you turn in the sealed letter plus the other 3 parts, he will give you back the opened letter, but eat the other 3 parts. So order of operation is important there. And hey, Aaron, good evening. Happy Friday. Yeah, technically, getting the letter and then handing that in, handing in the sealed letter is actually the beginning of the quest. You do that to find out what you're even supposed to do for the rest of the quest. It's basically like a whole pre-quest kind of phase. Kindly, with Knights of Truth, I think you might need Warmly, but if you turn in the Testimony of Truth and you don't have enough action, you'll just get it right back. And if you need Warmly, I mean, you go out into East Commons and kill orcs. You get 5 faction points per orc you kill. So it's very easy to improve. He dropped 2 Mempos of Lakato, really? I want to say that you need Warmly. You definitely don't need Ally. But I think you need Warmly. Which, I mean, you could always just do Lucan again, which gets you a ton of faction. You can kill guards. That gets you a ton of faction. Or, yeah, go out into East Common Lands and kill orcs for 20 minutes. Yeah. Fortunately, Knights of Truth is one of the easiest factions in the world to work on. And killing orcs in East Common Lands just raises a ton of other Freeport factions simultaneously. You get Knights of Truth, Commons Residents, Ashen Order, which are the monks, and probably something else as well. Which reminds me, one hand slashing is at 120, piercing's at 90, blunts at 107. Okay. I was thinking I was gonna go level monk, would it make sense to go dual wield some of my stuff, but like, you know, dual wield Aldrin and Wu's Fist, but they're not moded up yet, so I don't think so. All right, Inaruk. I will say, doing these little raid instances, even just speedrunning them, is like not a horrible AA grind. You know, turned a couple AAs without even trying. Conley was enough. Okay, cool. There you go. You know, like I said, the worst he would have done is given it right back to you with no dialogue. Yeah, you also get a nice faction bump for doing the turn-in as well. Well, I can tell you for a fact you definitely need Warmly with Priests of Life to do the final turn-in with Brother Hale. You explain the whole Lord Grimrot situation to me like I'm a standard... Okay, so... Alright, what would you like to know about Lord Grimrot? Like, like, as regards, like, Torrid Corruptor, for example, or just for doing Aegis of Life, or... So, there's like the two reasons to go look for Lord Grimrot are, to do Torrid Corruptor and to do Aegis of Life. And Aegis of Life, unfortunately, is pretty obsolete. So you're pretty much just in it for Torrid Corruptor. Oh my god. Friggin' Hotels Bracers again. At least we got a Brewer's Mesh Cloak. That's at least useful, but wow, garbage loot. Like, alright. Okay. So, as, now there's a whole lot of competing information with regards to Grimrot's mechanics. And most of that competing information refers to time of day. As far as I am aware, and I mean, it could be different on Legends versus Vanilla. You know, so, you know, take it with a grain of salt. But, as far as I'm aware, there are no special mechanics with Lord Grimrot. It's just, there are two named, but there are basically two versions of Lord Grimrot that can spawn, on that placeholder. And the time of day has nothing to do with it. It's just a die roll. As far as I am aware. We're going to go to a non-respawning +4 zone. So, now, I can tell you for a fact, his spawn time is a bit over 3 hours long. I want to say it's like 3 hours and 12 minutes or something. So, the way you would camp him, finger quotes, is you go down to South Karana, and while working on Lord Grimrot, I would suggest just bind yourself near his spawn. So you can always just gate down and check on him whenever you feel like it. You got 5 minutes to kill, go gate to Grimrot. and go check on him. And you can always spot his placeholder because it's the only putrid skeleton that is standing up. All the other putrid skeletons are lying on the ground. Also, his placeholder stands in one of the little like lean-to structures in the camp. So it's very, very obvious. And then, yeah, there are two versions of Lord Grimrot. There's the undead version and the live version. The undead version will drop the Decaying Heart, which is only useful for Aegis of Life. This item is 1/2 of the Aegis of Life. Because you would turn in this plus the Scythe to get Aegis of Life. There are 2 scythes that drop. One has one charge of a clicky effect. That's the real one. There's another one that does not have that. That's the fake one. You can just get rid of the fake one. It has no purpose. In fact, the fake one even has some lore text that says like soulless or something that lets you know it's no good. You know, you would turn in the real Scythe plus the Decaying Heart, get the Aegis of Life. The real Scythe drops off of the live human version of Lord Grimrot, who also drops the soul you need for the Torrid Corruptor. Also, when turning in Brother Hale's soul and the Dark Reaver from Guck, it has to be to live Grimrot. You can't turn it in to the undead version. Ugh, I'm stuck in the wall. Alright, how realistic is farming this place solo on D4? And so, like, the way to the other... and because Torrid Corruptor is a really popular quest, I think you would be hard-pressed to actually catch Lord Grimrot up in a public zone. So really, your best bet is go to South Karana, check if him or his PH is up, and if it is, cool. Oh, that was fast. Otherwise, go, pop a personal instance. I would say, non-respawning instances hypothetically have higher named spawn rates than respawning instances. And you're not going to stick around for 3 hours anyway to see if he repops. So yeah, make a +4. I don't know if the difficulty actually affects spawn rate, but placebo effect. Make a +4 non-respawning instance. run over, from where you spawn in over to Grimrot's hideout is, a 10-second run. So, if he's up, great, do your thing. If he's not, oh well. While you're in the zone, you might as well go check for Quillmane and Ishvamal and, any of the other rares in that zone. And yeah, just keep checking until you get it. Yeah, back on beta, I had a very, very easy time getting him. Because somewhere along the way on beta, they massively cranked up his spawn rate. And then I think for live, they tuned it back down some. On vanilla, his spawn rate is basically non-existent. Here, his spawn rate is not bad. You probably won't get him on the first instance, but, on vanilla, you would spend weeks looking for him with no luck. So, could be worse. Also, it is a little after 8 that we spawn in this instance. I want to see how long it takes, basically, to clear up to High Priest Makari and then loop around. Yeah, now, some people, and, for the sake of, giving lip service to competing ideas, some people are of the belief, I think they're wrong, but, I'll offer their idea here. Some people are of the opinion that live Grimrot only spawns during daylight hours. So that if you want live Grimrot, the best thing to do is to create your zone instance, at like 6 a.m. game time. I don't think that is correct. So if you want to do science and try to spawn him at midnight or something and have it work, go for it. Just as counterproof. Also, just for the Tord Corruptor turn in, keep in mind a couple of things. Number one, you cannot charm live Grimrot at all. It won't let you. He is uncharmable. Hide Sneak is not good enough, because you need better than Indifferent Faction. I believe you only need Amiable Faction. But if you want to be safe, get to Kindly with Blood Sabers. And, considering the effort it takes to spawn Grimrot in the first place, take the extra 2 minutes while grinding faction. Oh, based. Yeah, take the extra 2 minutes and just get to Kindly. Also, be aware, you will destroy your Blood Sabers faction when you kill Grimrot, because it's a 912-point faction hit with Blood Sabers for killing him. I am not using Tord Corruptor currently, because I'm using my Baton of the Sky. But I do have it. Need to go farm more bone chips in Peniel. Great way to do it, honestly. Like, Peniel bone chip farming is a great thing to do as a group. You get 4 people together, and just AoE the crap out of it. You know, just obliterate everything. Because you'll all get drops for everybody's kills. You know, switch to wizard, put on some, like, you know, put on, like, or bard, for that matter. You know, put on your AoE damaging songs, and just run around blasting everything. Oh, yeah, you get, like, yeah, oh, and bat wings. You get a lot of bat wings, also. And fire beetle eyes. Yeah, 4 people. And you can buy batwings off a vendor. True. Yeah, 4 people. Just AoEing the zone for like an hour. You will each get hundreds of bone chips. Fire beetle eyes. Actually, yeah, that was. I honestly wouldn't mind doing that. Like, maybe... Yeah, Aaron, honestly, if you wanted to do that as a group a little later, I would be totally down for an hour of bone chip farming. Wait, what's... That's just an iron ghast upstairs, okay. Yeah, either... Yeah, like switch to wizard or something and just start dropping AoEs everywhere. Or, you know, any class with a good point-blank AoE with a decent range on it. Actually, what, what is the, Word of Pain? 8 nearby enemies. Point blank AoE. Sacred Word. 5 enemies. Word Divine. Yeah. Yeah, I can't tonight. Usually have the weekend off. Have to work early tomorrow and Sunday. Rip. Noticeable difference in backstab damage between a Freedy and Serpent's Tooth? I am not sure. I have never really gotten too deep in the weeds on rogue math. I know... It's... Because, like, the... Kind of the big question is, like, depending on your kit, and, you know, are you better off putting a War Spear in your any slot and giving up basically a planar BP's worth of stats? Or you're better off just using Serpent's Tooth in your offhand. Because Serpent's Tooth is just a is one of the better offhand weapons more generally. So I guess part of that calculus comes down to, like, based on your class setup, are there better offhand weapons available? And if so, like, how much better? Because, like, Wu's Fist, for example, is a major upgrade for offhand damage compared to Serpent's Tooth. But, you know, or maybe Dagos is a pretty substantial upgrade over Serpent's Tooth. But most other offhand options aren't really that much better. Or certainly not nearly as available. Because, you know, one of the things Serpent's Tooth has going for it is just sheer availability. Come on, rat. Oh, yeah, rat. The fact that you can just farm it so easily off of Yale. Nothing to write home to mom about. That's mainly because backstab damage doesn't scale with the plus of a weapon. Yeah. So... So, it's pretty much, like, second or third significant digit min-maxing is kind of, the level of it. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Please, please buff Thornstinger. Yeah, fair, yeah. In a group setting where the only thing that matters, or, you know, where your only personal duty is maximizing damage output, then, yeah. Stick the spear in your any slot, get a better offhand, go to town. But in like a solo situation where you need a more balanced stat spread, and getting a planar BP's worth of stats has substantial value, then, you know, just stick with the Serpent's Tooth. Yeah. Thornstinger should have at least as much backstab damage as the War Spear, if not a point more. You know, I would even go so far as to say being tied with the War Spear is fine, because the War Spear has a garbage ratio on it. You know, it is not a weapon you would ever actually equip, and the War Spear is primary only. You know, and since the Afridi weapons are not really meant to be used, I think that's fine. Um... But yeah, make it, no. Yeah, and yeah, make it secondary usable. Because, yeah, being stuck in primary only is a huge hindrance. Yeah, when Sky first came out, yeah, backstab damage was not a stat. It was just a function of main hand weapon damage. So, yeah, in 1999, being main hand only was not a downside. Because you would equip it in your main hand anyway. In fact, yeah, the +2 weapon damage mod from Takvi increased backstab damage. Yep. Yeah, the augment, yep. Hot take. I enjoyed Takvi. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. Also, I liked Zevu. The fight where you had to do damage with charm pets was kind of dumb. Or at least that aspect of the fight was dumb. But overall, I liked those. I liked most of Gates of Discord, actually. I thought No Kafil was one of the more fun fights of all time. Yep. Yeah, if yeah, Omens. My only complaint with Omens is that, like, I think for a lot of players, Omens was Anguish, and that's it. There was like one or two good spots to just grind AAs in Omens, and otherwise, it was a place you went to go raid Anguish, and that was about it. And most of the rest of the expansion just kind of fell by the wayside. But Anguish was an awesome zone. And Matamorum was an awesome fight. Proving Grounds raids, yeah. And the actual like group Proving Grounds trials, yeah, they were cute. And yeah, the PvP raid was fun. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, those Proving Grounds raids, became obsolete as soon as you finished them. Because suddenly you had Anguish access, and so there's no reason to go back except for backflagging and catching up the new recruits and stuff. But Shadow Knight, Shaman, Necro. This golem here is really dot maxing. That's a good. Let's see. Flaming Fist versus Sharista's Fangs. All right. Flaming Fist has to get to +6 to match the ratio of Sharista's Fangs at +4. Though, admittedly, the Fist is really fast. Also, you know, somehow Matamurum always knew which members of the guild were idiots and would give all of the gaze emotes to them. Which is why you don't let your idiots loot masks in the first place. Because, you know, as we found out a little later, you know, Matamurum will only give a gaze emote to somebody who owns a silvery mask. Or reflective mask, whatever it was called. As long as you have, I think it was at least 6 people with masks in zone. And those people don't even have to be on Matamurum's aggro list. They just have to be in the zone. So you can have like 6 emote bots standing at the entrance to the zone, not engaged in the fight. It's just waiting to get gaze emotes. Which I always thought was kind of funny. Oh yeah, also, yes, same deal with the Minotaur in Dreadspire. God, if there was one dude not paying attention, there's 100% chance he would get the emote that the Minotaur was chasing him. Get a look at your gear? Yeah. About to level the same combo. Yeah, Kiar, no, absolutely. So, we're rocking a Baton of the Sky as our weapon right now, which notably has the same damage, the same base damage as Fiery Avenger and Torrid Corruptor, but has 40 delay instead of 44. So, 10% better ratio. No, it's a 1.65 ratio at plus 10 instead of a 1.5. Also 50 AC at plus 10. Crazy. We've got a Soldier's Brooch in the range slot like everybody else. Whoop. Hey, Cleric of Enarok, what you doing, bud? You didn't feel like aggroing? Shield of the Stalwart Seas in any slot number 1. Cleric BP in any slot number 2. Weight of the Gods on the shoulders, which is a trash drop from Plane of Sky. Valorium BP. Brewer's Mesh Cloak from Enarok. Plane of Sky Haste Belt. Cleric Legs. Leatherfoot Sandals from Enarok. Enarok Ring number 1. Lustrous Russet Bracers on both wrists, because they are better than all 3 class bracers in this case. Slime Blood, the same gloves that everybody in the world uses. Cleric Arms, other Enarok Ring, as expected. Evander's Hoop, because there's only one raid level earring in the game. Cat Necklace, Triumphant Mask from Enarok, Valorium Helmet, and Earring of Bashing. And yeah, that's where we stand right now. Very nice, thank you. My pleasure. Yeah, I'm thinking... I've been deciding what I want to do with raid modes next week. I'm thinking I want to top off Weight of the Gods. probably want to feed Girdle of Faith. Also, I don't know if I ever... I commented on this a second ago, but I don't think I ever realized how easy this zone is, even on +4. Like, this zone just does not feel all that different on +4 compared to +0. I don't know, maybe it's because most of the mobs downstairs are undead. Or because so many of them are spindly casters with no hit points. Nice is, yeah, you cap haste with Girdle at +7 with Augmentation, or at +9 with Valor of Mar. Yep. And Valor of Mar is permanent. Hello, Siege of Inaruk. Go ahead and summon me. Come on, just summon me. And I'm rooted. Great. So I don't want to fight in the streets if I can avoid it. Because I know better than that. Might raid mode a Rainbow Shield. Not a bad choice. Rainbow Shield solves a lot of problems. Like, I am deliberately keeping 2 of them kind of in my sideboard, so to speak. Like, I don't think I would ever use 3 of them. But I would love to have 2 of them at, like, +7 or +8 each. To pull out in case of, you know, need of extreme resistances, like maybe in Kunark, in, like, Vishan's Peak. Because you just don't see resists on any item like that until NTOV, going by vanilla itemization. Though, midway through Kunark, even if you did need mega resists, you'd probably still replace a at least one of those shields with just an any slot epic. 2-handed epics in particular are massive stat sticks. Oh, finally getting some motes. Was having a bit of a drought there. Well, well, figure, you know, caster epics, by their very nature, are just stat sticks. And, you know, and that's, because, you know, because they're caster weapons. You're not meant to, you know, go book bashing or whatever, generally speaking. Though, Shaman Spear with Winter's Roar in there might be a thing. Also, monks get a big advantage because their epic goes on a different slot. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Wizard Click, useful. Yeah, Duck Stick, super useful. But yeah, again, those are mostly click effects, not combat procs or, you know, a weapon that you actually swing with in melee. Though, you know, for any slot fodder, though, that does make Jagged Blade of War have a little bit more value. Instead of just using, Blade of Tactics and, Blade of Strategy all the time. Likewise, Earthcaller gets enormous value in this game. Holy cow. Being able to proc that slow, I mean, adds so much value to Ranger, just as part of any kit. You know, Ranger gets a massive utility bump from Earthcaller. Holy cow. Swiftwind is cool and all, but Earthcaller is the big money. And the fact that that proc will, you know, carry forwards forever. You know. You know, you know, Earthcaller will never stop being good. Corpses can't proc that. That's okay, because, you know, because now you're not stuck being just a ranger. You know, you could also be a real class. Meanwhile, you know, I mean, now that of course, this assumes vanilla Earthcaller. You know, we DT is up getting Ranger 04. Yeah, Kazakh Thule shouts Ranger 01. You know, these these statements I'm making are based on the presumption, not necessarily correct, by the way, that epics will be the same as they were on vanilla. Which is just a complete presumption on my part, and has, is not necessarily the case, because, given the nature of the game, certain epics become way, way better or worse conceptually than they would have been in the vanilla game. Like Earthcaller, like I said, will always be amazing, because that slow effect will never stop being useful. That will always be part of the toolkit for anybody with Ranger in their current loadout. Some other features, like Wizard, Rune Click, Necro Duck Stick. These have effects that will always be useful. Rune Click will get mud-flated into irrelevance over time, but still very useful for a good long while. Free damage mitigation is always good. Meanwhile, Paladin Epic, honestly, it's just a weapon. It's just a weapon. And that is all it will ever be. It's a pretty good weapon. And it's a great any slot stat stick, but by virtue of being a two-handed weapon. Being able to fit into one slot's worth of space. It's a great any slot stat stick, as all two-handed epics will be. But even then, let me pull up P99 Wiki here. Fiery Defender. So Fiery Defender, base stats, has 15 AC, less than Baton of the Sky, 20 strength, 10 stamina, 15 wisdom, 70 hit points, 30 mana, 10 save all. Oh, hey, a +7. Nice. So, like, as a stat stick, so, like, if I was using, like, Baton of the Sky, like, Baton of the Sky versus Fiery Defender as a stat stick, for example, going in the any slot, Fiery Defender would give 20 extra strength, break even on stamina, break even on wisdom, would lose 20 AC, would gain 140 hit points, would lose 90 mana, and would pick up 20 save all. So, 20 save all is actually probably the tiebreaker. Otherwise, it's kind of a wash. Lose some HP, lose a little bit of AC, gain a decent chunk of HP, but lose a little mana, but pick up an okay amount of strength. Yeah, like, Fiery Defender is almost, like, dare I say, interchangeable with Baton of the Sky. It's not a massive upgrade. Damage-wise, also, Fiery Defender is 35-40 out of the gate. It beats Baton by 2 damage. Same delay, 40 delay. 35 base damage instead of 33. 2 damage. Base. 4 damage at +10. That's it. Great graphics. It's one of the best looking weapons in the game. But that's it. Like, that's... versus Interrook's Curse. 40, 45, 20. Interesting that Interrook's Curse does not have AC on it. It's 40, 45, so 40 slash 45. 0.888 ratio instead of 35, 40. Instead of 0.875, you know. Better ratio within the realm of rounding errors, basically. Same 20 strength, 15 dex, 15 int, 60 HP, 40 mana. I mean, base stats are basically interchangeable. 10 fire, 5 disease, 10 cold, 15 magic, 5 poison. Saves are a little bit unbalanced, but it's basically the same thing. Procs soul consumption, which is a 50-point dot. 50-point life tap dot. So, the soul consumption proc on Interrook's Curse is worse than Torrid Corruptor. 1177 slant level 13. Nice. Yeah. So, yeah, Interrook's Curse, likewise. It's just a weapon. And, and again, now, ratio is, compared to Plane of Sky weapons, is nothing special. Compared to, what are the base stats on Kildorn? Kildorn is 3643 by default. 3643 is 0.837. Yeah, So, yeah, Interrook's Curse is 0.88. 0.888. Kildorn is 0.837. So it is a marginal upgrade. And the Siphon proc on Kildorn is just a flat 80-point life tap nuke, as opposed to a 50-point dot. So, and the 50-point dot is certainly better. But Torrid Corruptor is an 80-point life tap dot, and it hits 2 targets. Yeah, I mean, it lowers your AC by 10. Which is irrelevant. You know, you're going to recover way more from the life tap dot than you lose in mitigation. Yeah, it feels like almost 100% uptime. Yep, because, so, proc rate is, dexterity divided by 170 plus 0.5 per minute. Oh, another superior. Dang. Thank you. Oh, jeez. Having the parade of wanderers right now, and that's why we don't fight in the streets. Oh, we still got both. Oh, no, we got the, we got both revenants, which is fine. Yeah, yeah, one of the best procs in the game currently. Yeah, it just beats the pants off of Fiery Avenger and Fiery Defender and Kildorn and Interrook's Curse. Oh, hey, a Wand of Swords. For 3 instant cast Shock of Swords clicks. Which is kind of interesting. Yeah, we'll store that away. And able to just instant cast Shock of Swords a couple of times on demand. Never know when that might come in handy. Yeah, I think epics are gonna need a glow up, honestly. Otherwise, they're just not gonna be exciting. You know, I think part of what makes epics so desirable, you know, in vanilla play, is that Sky is borderline unplayable. In a game where Sky is actually playable, and everybody has a full deck of Sky quest items, yeah, like, epics are not a big deal. Yeah, I mean, sure, they'll have, like, some extra saves and stats, you know, some extra hit points and mana and whatever on them, but that's about it. We're up to 7 AAs already. You know, if it were me designing epics, I would want to put a unique focus and or warn effect on all of them. You know, because they're gonna need a balance pass anyway. I would want to put some kind of effect on them to make them all actually useful and transcend, you know, being just a weapon. Epics plus 10? I mean, like, well, as, or epics can go up to plus 15. Oh, that would be, see, yeah. Or, other option is the epic unlocks, like, an achievement-based AA that, you know, cannot be obtained some other way. So you get some kind of permanent power increase from doing the quest, you know, independent of the item itself. I think that would be very appropriate. You know, because we have the technology to do stuff like that. You know, stuff that didn't exist in 2000. I think that would make a lot of sense. Yeah, epics to 15 would make them even more just stat sticks, yeah. Yeah, that's why I say they need some kind of effect that transcends just giving you a few extra hit points and or mana. Hello, Ashenbone. He's just kind of staring at me, sizing me up, trying to decide what to do. He decided he didn't want none of this. Another Shadow Knight Shaman Necro on Spike Golem. And chase that item you want a quest for. Yep. You know, oh, hey, a Spitestone shield. That's cute. It's not good, but it's cute. We can't. We'll just auto merge those. Ooh, nice finishing blow there for 1,700. Good lord. Actually, you, Cleric of Enarok, I need you to be pacified because I need to get inside the building here. Because being right there at the foot of the ramp is like the most dangerous place in the entire zone. Because that is a pathing spot for a million mobs. Like every pathing mob in the zone passes through this little quad right here. It is not a safe place to be hanging out. Especially when you don't have Mez. Though, counterpoint, though, on epic power, assuming the quests are essentially intact in their vanilla state, give or take a couple of specific changes that have to be made due to zone access, like Beast Lord quest. Obviously you can't go to Lucklen. Berserker quest, obviously you can't go to Telosia. So a few modifications have to be made, but other than that, with things like placeholders being removed, raid targets all being instanced and being able to be killed 5 times in a row to almost certainly guarantee drops. The power of the items should be balanced against the fact that anybody who wants any given epic is probably going to have it within 72 hours of Kunart going up. Because the usual friction and time gates are, for the most part, gone. You could just get screwed by RNG. You can kill Vox 5 times and get 0 books. You could kill Severulus 5 times in a row and get no green scales. That can happen. It's not likely, but it can happen. But I would call that sort of scenario an edge case. So outside of some RNG edge cases, yeah, SkyQuest were done week 1 exactly. You know, yeah, as soon as you hit 46, you can start banging on Plane of Sky, and it's just the whims of RNG as to how fast you're done. Some things like Ginny Warblades and Ethereal Sapphires, or Nebula Sapphires, some of those items do require RNGesus to bless you a little bit. But other stuff is not so much. Especially when talking about stuff like haste belts. If you've got 2 classes in your kit that have a haste belt, you're probably going to get one of them done in a reasonable amount of time, with even average luck. Now, as my quest for mithril bands on beta showed, sometimes RNGesus judges you and finds you wanting. And, the only thing you can do about that is just keep grinding. And, depending on what kind, if other zones get de-placeholdered between now and then, I'll use Lord Burgurgle as an example here. If Lake Raft here does not get de-placeholdered, Lord Burgurgle just sucks. Just full stop. There's no way to make that step not suck. And J Media 1, good evening. Happy Friday. Ooh, 2061 on a Banish Undead crit. Nice. Love to see it. Whoa, Huh? Was I just not paying? I think I was not paying attention there. I don't know how. I was staring at her life bar. She had like 1% left. I didn't even notice that I was. To some extent, those pHs should be there. Yeah, some amount of friction and and pushback. Is good. You know, living in the Minotaur caves of Lower Guck for a week trying to get Raster to spawn is a little too far in the other direction. Yeah, I'm actually curious how Ragefire will work. Like, Um, like the way I kind of envisioned. Oh yeah, I gotta do Lord of Ire for science. The way I kind of envisioned. Also, you know what else I should do? Because I don't need abolish poison. Detrimental. I do need nullify magic. And I don't know if I don't know how well the tech for this exists, but like for Rage Fire, like the turn in that you would normally do to just spawn the dragon, have the turn in, spawn a raid instance. And then, you know, you do the raid instance, and in the raid instance is Dragon Rage Fire. And then, you know, normal human Rage Fire is just hanging out. Basically, it's just there to spawn the raid for you. And I don't know if something like that is feasible code-wise. And if that would be able to have a safety check whereby if the instance is not able to spin up for some reason, that you get your quest item back to try again. Oh yeah, I should always kill spike golems because they are flagged as raid bosses. So they are mega mote droppers. Just woke up in your recliner? Just like me. See, at least when you fall asleep in front of the computer, you don't have a camera on you, recording it. So, you don't humiliate yourself in front of the internet. Just give them a 1-minute respawn and if you really didn't want to wait in line, true. If you don't want to wait in line, just pop a personal instance and there he is. Yeah, that works too. Did you fade on stream? Yeah, that was last night. If you check the clips, like 2 people clipped it. I was running around like South Row looking for sand giants or something and like passed out. Got woken up by an orc wandering over and whacking me. After I had passed out for like 5 minutes. Did I get any Sansero? I think like 1 or 2. Because I've got 5 on me right now total, which includes the ones I got from you. So. Yeah, I actually spent a good chunk of the day obsessing over how humiliating that was. Yeah, we are not as young as we used to be. But on the other hand, you will never be as young as you are right now. Oh, also we're at AA 301 now. Cool. That's nice. Actually, do y'all want to hear a kind of a gross story? Actually, a reasonably gross story about how much I don't take time off work. In a level 10 bard as an AA dump. Nice. Sure. Okay. It's a little. All right. This is pretty gross. So feel free to, if you don't want to hear gross stuff, mute the stream for the next like 3 minutes. That's your fair warning. Here's your chance to mute the stream. Okay. So it was about 2 weeks ago. And I woke up feeling very sick one morning. I don't know. I guess something I had eaten just didn't sit with me, or whatever it was. But I woke up, was feeling very nauseous, and also had a screaming headache. But went back, and I woke up very early because of this. I probably woke up at like 6 in the morning or something, after being up streaming until like 1 or 2 in the AM. So I kind of forced myself to go back to sleep. Slept for about an hour. Woke up, felt even more nauseous. Went over to the toilet, puked my guts up. Went back to sleep for another hour. Woke up, went back to the toilet, puked my guts up again. Went back to sleep for another hour. Got up. Didn't make it all the way to the toilet this time. Just puked my guts up into the sink. Because I didn't have time to kneel down in front of the toilet, so I just puked into the sink. So yeah, puked into the sink. Was feeling okay. Went downstairs. Like walked the dog, fed the cat. Was still feeling kind of bad. Kind of snoozed on the couch for about an hour. Got up, puked again. By now it was about 11 o'clock or so, and decided I really needed to go to work. So food poisoning? I don't know. Food poisoning, flu, who knows? But decided it was time to go to work. I decided, I was still feeling bad, but figured, there wasn't really anything left in my stomach anymore, so it was probably fine. So I go to work. I'm driving around. Another like hour or two goes by. I'm kind of driving through the middle of nowhere. Suddenly, I feel like I really have to puke again. There's nowhere to pull over though, and there's no way I can't not puke. But fortunately, I have like an empty soda can with me in the car. So I just very, very carefully, while driving, puke into the empty soda can. And just like hold it in front of my mouth and just puke very carefully. Then, yeah, I was very accurate with my puking too. Despite the fact that I did it while driving. So, okay, that's the whole story. It's safe now. Yep, that, well, that's, dedication for work, more just like desire to pay my bills more or less on time. Because no matter how nicely I ask, my mortgage does not pay itself. Like the bank actually expects me to write them a check every month. In fact, they're fairly insistent about that. For boo boo, it's a lot of jaw and lip control to do that into a soda can. Welcome to the program. Yeah, yeah. It was. You know what? I don't want to say proud of myself, but I was a little impressed. Gotta fill the oil tank out. That'll. Yeah, I'm glad that the previous owner of my house was a contractor who completely renovated the house while he was living here. And fortunately, he modernized all the utilities. I'm glad I don't have to deal with heating oil. You watch on YouTube? Awesome. Well, glad to have you here. You clearly picked the right night to actually tune in for a stream. Yeah, one thing we have going for us out here in western Pennsylvania is we're basically sitting on top of the Marcellus Shale. So we have a huge local natural gas industry. So anything natural gas derived is really cheap out here. It's basically farm-to-table natural gas. I mean, this region was basically, the proving grounds where most of the early shale tech was tested and developed. So we have a lot of shale drilling infrastructure because, I mean, this is also, old coal country. So we still to this day have very active mining industries for actually a pretty wide variety of minerals. There's still a lot of coal mining, a lot of limestone mining for cement, uh, and yeah, a number of other mineral resources as well. It's a major local and regional industry. Nice try trying to cast Shaka's swords there. Too bad I have almost 300 magic resist. I think they will change certain debuffs, dots, stripping away buffs. There's that. Um, it it should be easy enough, and I say should be finger quotes because you know spaghetti code is a thing. It hypothetically should be easy to fix by just changing the stacking slots on one effect or the other so that they don't overlap. Um, the the question though is kind of cost benefit analysis vis-a-vis finite amounts of dev time to actually do that and then QA time to test it and push it out. You know, like how high up the priority chain is that? You know, like how big of a quality of life problem is it really across the board compared to the other 50 things that could get fixed instead? You know, that's yeah. The Ranger Pinnacle spell gets removed by everything. Yeah, that's just like you know, Divine Purpose for Paladins gets removed by everything. The difference, though, is that Divine Purpose is just garbage anyway, and there's no reason to have cast it in the first place. You know, or on the other hand, the actual Paladin Pinnacle spell, Flame of Light, is worse than the level 34 nuke that we get. It does less damage and costs more mana, you know, as the level 50 capstone spell than the level 34 spell. So, uh, you know, go figure, right? You know, I mean, because like other considerations, like something we were kind of touching on a little earlier, the problem that defensive stances become more endurance efficient over time as your mitigation um, improves, because the stance has to do less heavy lifting over time as you get more mitigation. So it becomes more sustainable. Whereas offensive stances become less sustainable as your damage goes up. And range stance is really in that boat, because if you actually like really min-max your archery, range stance can blow out your endurance bar in seconds. Like range stance is utterly unsustainable if you have a Wind Striker plus 10 and like a Mithril Champion arrow plus 10. Especially if you actually hit a stationary target and you have AM3, which of course you do. Why? Because otherwise, why are you doing archery in the first place? You know, what's kind of interesting, people were originally complaining about the game being essentially melee quest because of weapon upgrades. And now they realize that actually the further up the food chain you go in progression, the better casters get compared to melees. You know, because caster invocations are basically free for the most part. And caster spells become more efficient over time as they get upgraded, because the damage goes up, cast time goes down, mana cost goes down. So, like, a decked out wizard can just sit there mashing Ice Comet 10 all day. Whereas a decked out monk blows up his endurance bar in 30 seconds. Yeah, and yeah, Flame of Light had a use case, sort of, when it was added in Vanilla Velius, because at the time it was the only pure DD nuke Paladins had access to. The only other damaging spell Paladins had was Holy Might that does like 60 or 80 damage or something, because it's like a level 20 cleric nuke stun or something. Yeah, you've seen mine. Yeah, I've seen your. Yeah. I mean, and you can see what my endurance bar looks like, and that's with Cat Necklace plus 10 and Circular Breathing 4 and everything else. Yeah. Yeah, offensive stances become like very unsustainable once you reach the upper pinnacles of weaponry and maxed out haste. Yeah, everybody was sleeping on Wizard in beta. Now, admittedly, back in closed beta, spell upgrades didn't exist yet. So it was a little bit of a different game. Ice Comet 0 and Ice Comet 10 are very different spells. Oh boy. Diamond Rod. Yeah, sure, we'll merge that. Yeah, we're actually going to have to sit here and take a med break. Yeah, or Conflagration 10, or Rend 10, or... And it's also so much more efficient to raise a spell to 10 than an item. I'm actually going to need to buy food. Oh, you just got Wiz to 50 today. Nice. Should fix up Striker and Spellblade. They're so awful. Yeah. Yeah, Striker, yeah. Striker's cool in concept, but bad. You know, Striker conceptually, uh, as the idea of being the massive short duration burn phase stance, where you deliberately evaporate your endurance bar to convert it into instantaneous damage. Okay, that there is value. That's a real use case. Because sometimes you need to just go balls to the wall and throw the kitchen sink at the boss and make it die. Very, very valid. Especially as an alternative to something like offensive stance, which would be the more, cruise control offensive mode that is, sustainable enough. Not necessarily 100% uptime, but sustainable enough that it's like your default mode while in a damage dealing position. Offensive invocation. Make Berserker stance an invocation. Yeah, that. The fact that the only melee invocation right now is unyielding. Which on one hand, it's free. And it is useful. I mean, well, yeah, I guess you could say, like, Spellblade is sort of a melee invocation. It's a hybrid invocation. But it's bad. Now, that being said, I will reiterate, like, the one really good use case for Spellblade is when you're running Cleric and you put Word of Healing on Spellblade, and you have automated, highly mana-efficient group heals going out. Like, I think that is a very, very real and very good use case. Now, there isn't really enough AoE damage in the game in the old world to actually need something like that, and especially to need 2 or 4 or 8 people doing it. But 8 people going into Vishan's Peak +4, all running Spellblade Word of Healing, I think would be hilarious. But yeah, having having an offense, having the melees have an offensive invocation, or yeah, because the other one, I have, because, like, Channeler stance is actually, like, pretty okay. Since it allows you to, turn, like, as an extra defensive layer, just to dump your mana and turn it into mitigation. It's not efficient, but, like, it's, yeah, and I don't have, Inviable on this setup to show that one, because I think that's only in casters that get that. Yeah, like, like, the problem with Spellblade is that fundamentally it is RNG based. And the RNG is not generous enough. Oh, hey, another +6. Nice. Yeah, the RNG is not generous enough to make it actually, what's the word I'm looking for here? Reliable. So it needs to be, so whatever you're putting on Spellblade needs to be more of like a supplemental thing. Now, it's plausible. I mean, because other thing with Spellblade is it flat out does not work at low levels. Because at low levels, you just don't have enough mana. And as a result, your proc rate ends up being functionally 0. Because Spellblade proc rate is a function of mana cost as a percentage of your max mana. So when you're like level 20 and you have, 400 mana, your proc rate basically is 0. Because every spell in your repertoire is a meaningful percentage of your mana. And it is unusable. So it is possible that, as the as gear progresses and as stats progress, because, assuming we go to level 60 in Kunark, then mana pools will go up quite a bit. Gear will keep scaling. Mana pools will get bigger. And as the cost of a spell goes down as a percentage of max mana, it will become more usable with Spellblade. So that's possible. Yeah, Wiz will be critting for 10k, yeah, in Kunark. Yep. Another +6. Nice. Thank you, based golems. By the way, just off topic, a reminder, spike golems are flagged as raid bosses. So they are giga mote droppers as a result. They basically get like an extra, I want to say 3 times multiplier on their mote drop chance. So yeah, always kill all the spike golems you see. They're kind of tanky, but totally worth it. Yeah, this has been a pretty good. What's my let's see. I'm back up to 29 majors. Okay, 16 graders. I've dropped a decent little chunk of graders in here on this this little run here. And yeah, they're kind of tanky in the same way water's kind of wet, yeah. And also, they're all shaman. So, and they are very hard to land hits on. I'll say, like, this is a, look at that. Look at that crush for 2471. They're not undead. That's a finishing blow. Yeah. That's a finishing blow hit. Yeah. Get finishing blow. Because while those golems are going to be trying to heal, and you're going to have a lot of trouble interrupting them because they are so magic resistant that you pretty much have to overchannel to have any chance of interrupting them. But that means you're not casting at inversion speed. So, yeah, get finishing blow. That way you can actually just finish them off while they keep trying to heal themselves. Yeah. Because your melee criticals have a 100% chance to deal 300% damage to 55 and lower at 15% health and below. Super, super useful. Oh, they also cast faster? I believe enemies on higher difficulty settings actually just get a cast speed modifier. I think that's just part of the difficulty setting. Don't quote me on that, but I think that is a thing. Also, you can see all the runes I give myself from Blood Rune. It really is a lot of passive mitigation. It might only be, 25, 50 points, whatever, at a crack, but it's always on. And it's free. And it's every critical hit. Records of the 10, let's go. Yep, I was grinding that bit by bit while at work today. The main thing I'm looking forward to with Ennead Raid Skip is actually just being able to get stacks of animas for the Radiance upgrade thingies, since you need 40 gold animas for step 1. Alright. You got 2 more scenes if you want them. Oh, yeah, that would actually put me at 7. That I would actually be done with Sand Giants with those 2. So that would actually be super helpful. Yeah, full fashion set would be... yeah, awesome. If you want to just, like, drop those on the parcel vendor, that'd be super, super cool. So then we can probably actually, like, do the quest. I would just have to go farm out more Melitite, and I might need... I might need, like, 1 or 2 Mistmore granites. I gotta check my supplies. Otherwise, I just gotta do Melitites, and... I think that's basically it. I might need to go grab, like, 1 mold's worth of components. I'd have to double-check the list. Would be basically done. So I know I have enough fairy dust. And I gotta turn in bone chips to the Clerics of Underfoot to get faction for that. Which is annoying, because that takes like 150 bone chips or something. Maybe 200 bone chips. It's a fair few bone chips actually, and there's like no other way to raise that faction. It's really weird. Oh, I see that parcel just hit. Thank you so much. Yep, have a good night. Get some sleep for work tomorrow. There we go. Alright, we go upstairs. Do High Priest Makari. And, what time is it? Almost 10. What did I, about 2 hours? We did the... Alright, we had about 2 hours worth of grind and... basically cleared out, kind of from entrance. Did basically like the top third of the zone plus the concert hall and kind of the midsection. Pretty much from zoning, we went up here, did this, did here, came here. So probably 2/3 of the bottom floor. And I think the whole top part of the building is mostly empty already. Hey, Sudsy, thank you for that follow right there. Welcome to the program. Glad to have you on board with us. Watching my YouTube content. Awesome. Thank you, thank you. Hopefully that has been of value to you. Another Shadow Knight Bracer. Hey, Scorn Banshee. Let's see. What do we, We could go blow up a, Oh, we're almost, oh. Yeah, I was thinking, I don't know, maybe we just... We're up to 10 AAs already. I mean, we could, for all that it's worth, we could actually just, like, make a fresh instance and... That else back there. Scorn Banshee. Couple of Scorn Banshees. That's the Diplomat room. I think this is the... maybe go look around the rest of the floor, see if people are preparing day one. Let's see what we got here. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Looking at High Chaser, Doge, Dragon, Nahon. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I'm a little, Oh, yeah, when is Guild Wars? It's not until, I know it's sometime in September, right? 21st. Okay. Yeah, we got a whole month. Okay. second attack of a yeah, the Fortuity, Taste of Draconic Refinement, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, like yeah, Hyra is really good. I think I actually like underestimated Hyra when I first saw her kit. It's weird seeing a character in light that's allowed to actually be good before turn 25. uh, and yeah, pairing her up with Nahon so everybody gets to double strike off the rip is quite good. Though, chain white him. Though my, yeah, chain whirl him. If I had whirl, but I don't. I was thinking, looking at the, that team there, though, like, using Doge instead of, like, Anthe? Or Yoruichi? Like, I'm not... I have to go back and look at what Doge is actually bringing to that kit. Did you to see it was possible again? Yep. Yeah, perma whirl is a thing. I mean, you know, just remember, you know, there's a couple of devs who lurk here on a pretty regular basis, so you know, they saw what you did. uh But yeah, yeah, whirl that could definitely stand to receive a swing of the Nerf bat. Yeah, 18-second recast. Honestly, at plus 10, what does an 18-second recast become? Like 12? I think it's entirely likely. You would have to actually move Whirl and Dins both to a 24-second cooldown. Otherwise, you could just chain them back at 18 seconds. On plus 10, I think you could basically chain them back and forth. And you might need one other little stopgap stun spell to fill a gap. Otherwise, I think you could pretty much perma-stun alternating the two of them. So, Oh, we got bracers and the helm. Rip. And the helm's solid. It's just not as good as Valorium. Rip. So, isn't there a what's the weapon that procs Dins, by the way? Because I know there is one. Din's Dizzying is the Rod of Understanding from Dark Librarian and Mistmore. It's actually usable by all endcasters. That is a very good effect. Especially because the Rod of Protecting Winds, or Staff of Protecting Winds, whatever it's called, it also exists. Yeah, because I think it's spells. Yeah, Enchanter. Yeah, Din's Dizzying Draft. Yeah, there it goes. Yeah. Yeah, Din's at least costs 150 mana, so. Oh, yeah. Din's actually has a 35-second reuse. Okay. Yeah, as opposed to Whirl with its with its 6-second reuse. And yeah, thankfully there's no other upgrade to that. Let's see what other. Yeah, because there's still the incandescent wand that procs color shift. Which is crazy, especially for how easy that is to obtain. And it's like Staff of Writhing is also, I mean, super easy, especially now that Sol B doesn't have placeholders. Oh yeah, because that gives you chaotic feedback, which is 32. It's only 32 damage, but very easily obtainable. Disease color shift. Yeah, incandescent wand though, super easy to get. Yeah, from the incandescent armor quests. Let's see. Yeah, State of Unrest. To get the keys, go to the basement, slay a dusty werebat to get Pouch of Silver Dust. In Temple of Kazakh, find a silvered guard at the Northwest Pyramids. Kill it to get a silver wand. Find Esmerella in the Gypsy Camp in North Karana. Hand her a silver wand and 50 gold or 5 plat. She gives you the Blessed Silver Wand. Hand Rain Bateria the Blessed Silver Wand and 5 plat to receive Glowing Silver Wand. Hand Glowing Silver Wand and Pounce of Dust to Sultan in Temple of Solro. Get your Incandescent Wand. Yeah, super easy. And Fabubu, thank you for that follow. Glad to have you on board. Oh yeah, hit 50 Shaman and Zerk. Yeah, really, really like Zerk. Yeah, Zerk is fun. Just hitting that fast is nice. You know, it's pure grug mode in a good way. Let's see if there's actually anything else in the zone worth killing. Oh yeah, that's right. We got to do Lord of Ire still. Forgot because we got to see if he drops me a shield of the Stalwart Seas. Oh yeah, Fiery Avenger or equivalent. Oh yeah, for sure. And now imagine, you know, like Zerk Monk Paladin, Aldrin, and Wooz in Berserker stance. Imagine how fast you're gonna evaporate your your endurance bar. You got an immaculate today? No, that's always nice. So loot table is still random. Okay. Based, another lustrous russet bracer. Hot dog. We always need more of those. In fact, we have a pair of sixes with a little bit of, you know, we might, I think we dropped a pair of fours. We might just moat the ones we got up to 6 and we can have a pair of 7s. Halsham Ench, incredibly hotbar starved. I believe it. You have so many spells you want to cast. Not to mention a lot of useful clicky items you might want to have ready to go. Yeah, it's like it. You know, it is just an embarrassment of riches. Is the It's like, why can't I hold all this utility? Yeah, that is actually a build where 14 spell gems is not nearly enough. Though, ironically, only probably 2 of them are being... maybe 3 of them are being used for paladin spells. And, oh yeah, since Din's has a 35, or 30, or 36-second cooldown, whatever, changing Whirl to match that, actually, yeah, that seems entirely plausible. But hey, it would actually, you know, make Din's almost worth casting. Because, you know, instead of having one, you know, instead of having the upgrade be a pathetic waste of space compared to the low-level God spell, now they can both be, you know, just solidly decent. 0 paladin spells. Yeah, because, like, even superior healing gets replaced with Crags. You don't even keep, like, cease or desist up for just, quick value stun. And yeah, ethereal cleansing is totally useless compared to snail. Uh, Craig's is less efficient. I think, isn't it? It's like higher potency but less efficiency. And I mean, I think like the yeah, like if you're having to bust out direct heals anyway, to supplement snail, it means you probably need the instant gratification more than you need the efficiency. Because it means you've probably fallen behind the curve, and you need to get back on track. %50 more mana, 15%. Okay, so it's a pretty bad ratio. So, worth, Oh, and you know what the other thing is? Because Craig's is what, level 44 or something? Or, excuse me, Craig's is what, 46, 47? Oh, your superior is level, that's not right, yeah. It's like 12% more healing. Okay, so it's... What up? It's like 18% more mana for 12% more healing. Okay, that's fair. Honestly, like, yeah 12 for 18. Yeah, just to get more instant gratification, that's worthwhile. And again, for the reason I mentioned, if you're casting it at all, it means your heal over time is falling behind the curve, and you got to just get back on track. So, yeah, throughput becomes more valuable than efficiency. What rank is my Sacred Echo? I have Sacred Echo at 8 currently. Alright, I'll come back to those guys in a sec, because I know there's some... Yeah, I was going to say, I know there's a Wanderer or two right over here. Did you go Baton over Cudgel because of the stats? Yup. The Cudgel ratio is only a little bit better. It is a smidge better. It's at, like... It's the difference of a rounding error, honestly. Versus, Cudgel has, like, no stats. Other than a big pile of endurance. Baton is one of the best literal stat sticks. Like, as we were talking before, Baton's value as a stat stick is honestly comparable to an epic weapon. Like, going from Baton to Fiery Defender is a pretty small upgrade. Like, depressingly small upgrade. Even on the stat stick side of things, it's some give and take. Like, Fiery Defender has a lot less AC. Stats are... it gains hit points, but loses mana. Like, your... Yeah, you gain hit points, you lose mana, you lose AC, but you gain resists. Yeah, it's just a bit of a trade. Um, yeah, basically, yeah, what we were talking about earlier was, epics are exciting and are big power spikes from the perspective of people who regard. Oh God, of course. They're exciting and they are big power spikes from the perspective of people who consider Plane of Sky to be unplayable because everything DTs. And we are not those people. In this brave new world where people have a full deck of Sky Quest weapons and gear, epics are just not a big jump for a lot of classes. Except rogues, because Thornstinger sucks, and Ragebringer is awesome. Yeah, Baton also has really nice procs like Thurgist Star, Dawnfire, and True Sight Hammer. True Sight Hammer is a lot more situational because it's Banish summoned. So it's not nearly as interesting as like Banish Undead with 54% proc mod on it. Oops, should I go, I realized I was kind of wrecking myself on his damage shield there. There we go. Yeah, Baton is an awesome weapon. Done your weapon, Catneck, and a lore. Planar BPs are always a good choice, I mean, like, granted, Indicolite armor is easy to target farm, but, man, doing motes and fusing past 8 gets harsh. Even for stuff you can target farm, like Indicolite. Plus, Indicolite just has huge numbers on it anyway. So, yeah, like fuse up your Indicolite breastplate to, say, +8 and feed it 2 motes. There you go. Warriors... So some of Warriors' sky items are pretty good, like Pauldrons of the Blue Sky. I know are quite good. Where are they? Yeah, Pauldrons of the Blue Sky are very solid. Although you might want, like, polished granite, or, not polished, granite spalders. Yeah, imbued granite spalders, instead, maybe. Pauldrons of Power, let me actually, that's a good question. Hang on, let me actually kill this idiot. Without looking, I want to say they're probably pretty similar. Alright, this is where you fall down. Thank you. Oh, we got a +6 mode out of it. So. Storage. Okay. Pauldrons of the Blue Sky versus Pauldrons of Power. Let's see here. So, Pauldrons of Power are on +5. So, 9 Strength versus 8. Int and Wisdom. So, you got both. Charisma, which, whatever. versus stamina, agility, and dex. Pauldrons, Blue Sky have 12 AC versus 10. And what about 30? And about 30 HP and mana, which is equivalent to, 3 stamina. So they're pretty close. If you want the mana, Pauldrons of Power win by. If you just want physical stats, Blue Sky wins. So, yeah, physical stats versus mental stats. Take your pick. Yeah, and Pauldrons of Blue Sky, because they have more stamina than, because 1 stamina is effectively 10 hit points. And on a warrior, it's more like 11, actually, but, whatever. So this is basically 70 hit points compared to 30, because there's no stamina over here. So yeah, more hit points, more physical stats, more mana and mental stats. So purely preference. I mean, the other option is just get imbued granite spalders and go just maximum AC and resists. Also very, very valid. Yeah, and running and Warsham and she have Pauldrons of Power. Also, yeah, the fact that it has both wisdom and intelligence, so it's feeding both of your mana pool sources, is nice. And you can always pull the Spirit of Cheetah click out of the Pauldrons of Blue Sky, because that is actually a useful click. It's not a spell you'd ever actually memorize as a class that can cast the spell, but it's sure nice to have just on demand when you need to go do a tricky pull or when you need to really outrun something. Oh, Karen Fishing Spear is a thing. Lucky's like 50% uptime. It's actually really good. Yeah, no kidding. That's a good point. It's a lot of movement speed. I actually wonder if you buffed, if you actually had, if you prepped Spirit of Cheetah the spell, and you bumped it to +10, how close to full uptime could you get? Because, like, ranks... Quickies, yeah, 3-minute cooldown. Oh, spell has a 5-minute cooldown, that's right. Or 10-minute cooldown. Though, remember, because, pumping spells does also reduce the cooldown. I want to say rank 10 doubles duration. I mean, and doubles it on top of like multiplicatively with spellcasting reinforcement. Though, yeah, rank A 15. Though, yeah, you don't get a massive cooldown reduction. So, yeah, the pauldrons are probably closer to, or probably better uptime than the spell. But, yeah, and yeah, people don't realize, like, how fast Cheetah actually is. Because, like, whoever casts Spirit of Cheetah, right? 10 less velocity than a horse. Yeah, so 65. Yeah, that's actually, and you can you cast it indoors? Or can you at least click the shoulders indoors? Not nice, yeah, which you cannot do with a horse. Yeah, that is super useful. Valorium bracers. We can start auto-merging those. We will never actually use a Valorium bracer. But haunted chests, yes please. We will always kill more haunted chests. You know, I mean, just... I could honestly see myself doing a bottom floor of hate clear basically every night for ever. Like, until the AA... Until I just truly run out of AAs to buy. It's so good. And so easy. And I don't even need a, I don't even need a charm pet. I mean, charm pet's great, but I don't need it. You've done it a ton, yeah, I... Did not get a Valorium helmet this whole time, though. Like, I need Valorium helmets to drop, please. 40, 60, 50, all... Oh, yeah, all your alts. Oh, yeah. No question. No question. You know, like, fear is great and all, especially if you have, Mez. But the fact that hate does not make you deal with Shadow Steppers makes hate such a better experience for grinding, especially solo. Just not getting Shadow Stepped makes this the better zone. Like, and it's not even close. And the Warren Augment. Yeah, I don't see how solo D4 Fear is possible without Ench. It's not. Or, well, I'll never say it's not possible, but I will say it would be not fun. Yeah, you have 10 mobs mezzed at a time. Yeah, because that's Plane of Fear for you. Just all swarms all the time. There's no such thing as a single pull in Plane of Fear. Yeah, doing that zone without Mez. Yeah, I never want to say it's impossible. But I will say it's not fun. You know, I mean, because I think you could also make a case for doing it with, like, a good evasive setup and just wizard AoEs. And just, instead of mezzing everything, just blast everything. But Shadow Steppers are a thing. Admittedly, if you're an evasive, you won't get Shadow Stepped because the Shadow Steps are melee procs. But this also means you are very much beholden to your endurance bar. And as soon as your endurance bar runs out, you're going to have a bad time. Up to 34 majors. Nice. Yeah, I think I made about 20 to 25 majors in here. Which holds to that roughly like 10 an hour kind of ratio that I think Jarek or somebody was talking about last night. Like 10 an hour downstairs. It's only 95% evasion. That's true, yep. 32 to plus 10 a spell from plus 9. That sounds about right, because it'll be 2 to the power of 5. Yeah, because you need 2 5s to get to 5, which means you need 4 for 6, 8 for 7, 16 for 8, 32, actually 64 for plus 10. So, yeah, a lot. You need a lot of them. Yeah, and it's a very profitable grind because you gain good AA XP. You make a lot of money off the jewels that drop. Yeah, on yeah, basically plus 10 should be chase tier. You know, 5 or 6 is basically free. By the time you get to plus 8, we're looking at, you know, expensive, you know, like enough opportunity cost to view it as kind of a luxury. And by the end, 10 is like actual luxury tier, where it is a serious expense reserved for only important stuff. But okay, that is the whole bottom floor cleared. So let's just go up here, kill the 2 drakes for Slayer credit, and then we will skedaddle. I mean, there's a couple more... Actually, there's a few not elf enemies, like a bunch of revenants right here by the entrance that are worth killing. I wouldn't bother killing the elves because they're too tanky and I don't need more legs. Did you hit Ireland? I have never been to Ireland, but yes, I killed Ire, and all he dropped was a greater mote. Which, I mean, still, we take those. Oh yeah, we have 12 AAs now, so... Alright. Steadfast Will, rank 8. Ugh, it hurts a little bit, but... Yes, I'm sure I want to spend 12 AAs. It is done. Stun immunity is achieved. True Heart Shield. Why would... 15k for that? Yeah, and it's no trade. And why is he trying to sell it? Also, like, who would pay 15k for that? Even if it was tradable. Yep, not having to deal with stuns, with melee stuns ever again. Yeah. You know, is and you should, you know, and you would be very correct to view Steadfast Will as a DPS AA because you do 0 DPS while stunned. And when you're fighting 4 or 5 or 6 mobs at a time, like when leveling alts in Befallen, and Gynok brings, you know, the whole neighborhood with him, you know, even 80% stun resistance in that scenario, you're still going to get stunned a lot. Just because the enemies will be attempting to stun you so many times. Oh, yeah, I'll also mention Finishing Blow was really paying dividends fighting Baron in Befallen. Because, you know, he loves to heal himself over and over and over and over again. So, just ending the fight saves a lot of heartache. Yup. And up here in Plane of Hate, where, especially on Spite Golems, 15% is a lot of damage that you need to deal. Yeah, it really pays dividends. Oh, another Wand of Swords. Yeah, we'll add that to the stack. I think it's pretty much elves all the way down from here, other than Master of Spite. I don't want to fight Master of Spite. He has too much HP. Grandmaster Ratal, though. Yeah, well, we can do Grandmaster Ratal. I do need mana for him, though. I think we'll, well, I mean... Oh, Master of Spite, though, but he... Oh, also, he's 56. We can't finishing blow him, so there's that. Yeah. And as a double caster, he has infinite mana. So yeah, we will just leave him be. Yeah, Grandmaster Ratal is just a, Bard Enchanter, so he's fine. Hey, Commander Dodson, good evening. Yep, 0707, yep. Well, it was a pretty decent day at work. Pretty, uneventful. So, at least there's that. Uneventful is, good enough. And yeah, we've had a good moat and AA grind so far here on Hate. Yeah, I was honestly shocked how smooth and easy Hate D4 was. Even without Enchanter. Like I thought it was gonna be a little more challenging than it was. And it was completely trivial. I thought it was gonna be a slog, and it just wasn't. Now, I mean, admittedly, we're getting pretty close to the upper boundary of what gear in the old world can look like. So, there is that. With Baton plus 10, we have pretty much taken our final form. Yeah. Yeah, hope the weekend is off to a good start for you. Mm-hmm. Bonk. There we go. All right. So, yeah. 35 majors, which means, yeah, I think we gained about 25 or 27 or so. We were getting very low before we came in here because we burned them all. I know we picked up a couple of graders. I want to say we picked up like 4 graders. Just leveling your rogue with alongside Pal Sham. Yeah, 10 to 36 so far today is very nice. Yep. Yeah, rogue is nice to level because it just does so much damage. And I know we dropped 2 superiors while we were down here, so that was very nice. And let's see. Oh, what do we got here? What should we yeah, you know what? Do I want to bother with So I was thinking, do I put a superior mode into Word of Healing and bring it to 7? Could also put one into like cease and desist each. Healing Light, I think at least deserves a greater. I have 17 of them. I can afford one. All right. What do we drop here? Oh, we have some. Oh, we have an extra pair of Ethereal Mist legs. I might hang on to those. Or I don't know, because I was thinking I just moat my legs up to, because we get 16 points. Your internet died. Oh, welcome back. We get 16 points versus if we put, yeah, if we mode it to 5, we would get 32. We could get it up to 9. Any help with corpse run, please? All right, we have. Okay, I have an idea what we can do here. We take a greater moat. It should only 1 greater moat. Gets it to 30 out of 32. Okay. And let's see. If we take this and do we have any lessers? I think we probably used all of our lessers. We only have 1. We take majors. We take like 6 of these. This should get these to +5. Yeah. Boop. And take these. 1 point there. And 6 majors. Okay. This is +2. And then this should merge those together. Or we lose. And this should go to +7. This should go to exactly +7. Yes. Boop. There we go. Okay, cool. All right, so arms are up to +7. Very nice. Breastplate now. So let me come back to. Don't I have fine item? Don't I have like a brewer's? 3, 7, 6 grab item. Yeah, I have a pair of +1s there. Okay, let's. Okay. If we. All right, that does not have a lot of progress towards +8. All right, but we take. I think it should take about 5 majors. One more major. One more major. Okay. We could feed like a grater or 2 into it to try to bump this up to like we have a pretty good stack of graters. I don't really want to blow them up though. When I'd rather no, we feed it at +5. Gets it to 32. It just progresses slowly. Okay. Majors. Yeah, pull another 6 out. Oh, and there goes our entire major supply that we thought we had. Just up in smoke. Yeah, we went from 35 back down to 11, just like that. What did I end up pushing to +10 was the baton. That was this week. And yeah, now suddenly these crap. Yeah, now well, all of a sudden now we need to do another moat farm just to get back everything we just spent just now. Motes. Yep. Quit instance. Well, that is the way of it, huh? Do I have any, I mean, we could. It's almost 11. I don't have. It would take a good long while. I mean, it would take about 2 hours to really carve through that again. I don't necessarily want to do that right this instant. But I could. No, but we'll probably end up doing it tomorrow. Let's see. So easy to do. You burn up 30 majors. Just yeah. Yep. You burn 30 majors doing like nothing. And man, I hate spending graders, even though it's really just 2 majors. But I hate doing it because it feel like they're just rare enough to feel like you're actually spending something. And yeah, superiors. Oh, I don't want to spend superiors if I can avoid it. That is for like very special occasions. How's our slime blood? Is at 7. We could go do a fear run, get some slime bloods. At least we got two lustrous bracers. Do we just... Other option is we just go back through again and do it again. Or... Let's see, what other... I'm gonna see if there's anything unusual that we could actually work on. Oh, we need to go get rotten shark meat. That's actually the last miscellaneous thing we need for the Armor of Roe quests. That's for the van braces. And okay. Water goblins. So yeah, rotten shark meat is plague sharks in Erud's Crossing. Okay. Level 33. Respawn is 2 hours on those. That's terrible. Alright, well, let's go warp to Tox, I guess. Yeah. Motes, yep. But yeah, every little every little gear upgrade, you just incrementally get a little bit better. And I think it would be very easy. In the lead up to Kunark, basically live in hate for a month, and grind up 500 or 600 motes, and just be able to be ready to feed those into Kunark equipment. Oh, while I'm here, I have a bunch of kobold teeth. I should turn them in. To, yeah. Tiam Consier. All right, cool. Heard that Kunark might use different motes. Oh, I would need a source on that. Back up to kindly. Okay, almost warmly. Yeah, I would definitely need a source on that claim. I think it is a thing that would make sense. I would totally support something like that. Having motes be era specific, so you can't just use, so you can't, grind befallen motes. 2 years from now to power up your Vexthal gear. So yeah, totally appropriate, but I have not heard any kind of statement from any dev or anything, or any source beyond, it came to me in a dream. Just trust me, bro, to actually indicate that that's the intention. Yeah, I mean, look, my dad works at Nintendo and told me if you use strength to push the truck, you can catch Mew. Okay, he wasn't sure, thinks it might be the case. Okay. So, yeah, sounds like speculation to me, which, I mean, again, it's a thing I think should be the case, but that doesn't, but, and oh, I should, I think there's a like a general supplies merchant right here. I can buy some iron rations. Tailoring, satchels, baking supplies. Do you sell muffins or something? Sell iron rations, thank you. Yeah, if any truth to it, yeah. In reality, can you get plus 10? I don't know. I don't know if there's a... Like, I know you can get plus 6s. You know, we see 6s drop off of Baron and Soldier. I don't think I've ever personally dropped above a plus 6 in Befallen. Though, you know, anything above plus 6 starts to get super rare. So... like, I've never dropped a plus 10 at all. So I don't know what the minimum level for a plus 7 or above is. Though, like, we know Word of God. Now, you've had 2 10s and a 9. Now, did those drop off of raid-flagged targets, or at least planar mobs? Or did they drop off of more pedestrian targets? All were in raid instances of hate. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, like, I dropped 2 7s in that grind session in solo XP mode hate. Well, the 10s was in D3. Interesting. Excellent gorilla hide. Oh boy. Yeah, even on beta, I never dropped a 10. Oh, hello there, a plague shark. Yeehaw. So I always clear the raid instance each time now. Minis can drop 10s. Fair. Hey, plague shark, how you doing, buddy? Thankfully, not a lot of people going after plague sharks these days. Aw, and it is not a guaranteed drop, though. Wow. That sucks, considering he's a 2-hour spawn. And considering we need 2 of him. Or we need 2 drops. There's a killer shark out there also. And once again, nothing. Huh. Yeah, there are killer sharks out here for level 41. Yeah, lots of sharks in the water out here. Hey, come on, Mr. Killer Shark. I'm trying to catch up to you here, bud. I can only swim so fast at this level. There we go. The shark is able to bash, interestingly. What's down in the corner there, outside the, like, edge of the zone? Hmm. Wait, does this have a new default map? It does. But, okay, well. Oh, we gotta wait 17 more seconds. Six more seconds. Let's see, what are we fishing for? The rotten shark meat that we need for van braces of roe. These... No, undead troll sailor. That is not what we're looking for. There he is. Oh, that's the killer shark. And we're looking for plague sharks that are down here in the water. Well, there's... Yeah, and they're... It's a one-off mob with a 2-hour respawn time. And not a guaranteed drop. Which is a real kick in the teeth. Fortunately, it's not a mob most people are, chasing. So, theoretically, should just be up in every pick if we haven't killed it ourselves yet. Yeah, why is there this, thing showing up on the radar, like, outside the zone boundary that we can't actually mouse over, that, like, doesn't have a name? Weird. Oh, is the shark not up in +2 for some reason? Weird. I see a killer shark up there, but that's not what we need. Ugh. Wiki says the rotten shark meat has a drop rate of 8.8%. That's horrible. Since we need 2 of them. we'll just kill these idiots just to take out some aggression. Plus, we gotta kill time until we can change instances again. Looking for the buried treasure of Seleucid Row. Then it's just standard plate. Yeah, it's like pretty much just like silver plate mail. And that thing did not give XP. Interesting. Wonder why that is. And it was just like... Who is this? Yup. Where are you? Ocean glitching out or something? We're in Erud's Crossing. Okay, that one gave XP. You can see here, oh yeah, the Cudgel of the Fool with its 1.73 ratio compared to the 1.65 ratio on the baton. Though 90 damage is a lot. Huh. Yeah, so... Oh, hello there. Killer Shark. Oh, 2 Killer Sharks on track. But no Plague Shark. Alright, well, let's check D3. No, I did not get a +10. Somebody was just linking it in chat. And the daughter of Interrupt King. Oh, yeah, the GM event in Nectalos. Nice. See, I was never online for any kind of GM event like that. I never got to participate in anything of the sort. Somehow I always managed to miss out. You had a conversation with her? Then vanquished her? Based. At first she's like, hey baby, I can fix you. And he was rewarded a Deepwater breastplate. Based. And then she was like, I don't want to be fixed. And he's like, okay, have it your way. You're evil. Smite. Alright, Mr. Plague Shark, may I please have some of your finest meat, please? I don't want to have to keep bullying you forever. And then hate was unlocked. Nice. Nothing. On the upside, though, we are going to ding 26 on Druid. Level 8 you would not visit until release of Kunark. We're joined a raid during a LAN party. Cool. And I haven't been to a LAN event in, God, 20 years? Probably more than that. Last time I was at any kind of LAN event was probably MagFest, like 06 or 05, 06, something like that. So yeah, 20 years. Ugh. God. And Flora was dropping Druid gear. And Pal, Mage, Ench. It's Endurance Sucker. You only have half endurance value with 2 pure casters. Regrowth, clicky regrowth of the Grove, a glorious. Killer Shark. Does my personal instance not have a Plague Shark in it? That would be poop. That would be extreme poop. And you roll 99. And somebody rolls 100. And someone kept the corpse closed. Worse. Someone held the corpse. Poured it up there. Oh my god. Oh my god. There are 3 killer sharks out here, but no plague sharks? Really? Really? Really, game? That's horrible. Oh my god. Yeah, that. Ugh. Yeah, that. Yeah, why do people gotta be that way? I mean, I had this weird thing back in the old days where the game would crash if I ever touched my mouse wheel. Like, if I moved my mouse wheel one dial at all, if I moved it at all, the game would just instantly crash. No idea why. But it was a thing. Had that problem for years, actually. Yep. Yep, couldn't even bump the wheel. Or I would, the game would just instantly completely close and I'd be back at desktop. Like, I remember that happening in Karnor's Castle all the time. And that would have been during the Velius era. Because that's when I was, basically killing time at level 52. Trying, oh, we dinged 26, but we once again got no shark meat. Poop. Mm-hmm. Shark meat, yeah, is for Vambraces of Roe. It is a rare drop off of a 2-hour spawn, and we need 2 of them. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Be a bit buzzed. It's Friday night. It's the right time for that. The sausage fingers, yep. Okay, this time our instance has a plague shark. If we could just get, like, a plague shark at least, we'd make progress. I'd feel a lot better if we at least got 1. Ornamenting Rose? Yep, that is the plan. We're doing some Fashion Quest. Yeah, this is the, last major piece we need for the quest. For the whole set. We have like one other minor piece we gotta go farm a few drops of. Over in Sol A. But, that will be much less laborious. That's just killing robots. This is one of the worst steps of the quest. And, I mean, a bunch of the steps are pretty not great, but this one's probably the worst part. Okay, cool. We got one of the 2 that we need. You have to hand in bone chips one at a time? Nope, you can stack them. Yep, and you will get credit for all of them. Oh, and we got a major mote for it. Okay, I feel better. Yay, we got 1 rotten shark meat. Huzzah. That's something. And, which means we can quit the instance, because there's only one mob in there. Oh, we could go, no, because I know he won't be up. Let's see. We could do, what's this? Yeah, what's this fire elemental doing over here? Get out of here, fire elemental. Stop messing with the cat. Flare stone? Huh. You're safe, m'lady. All right, just ignore me. That's fine. What bone chips for? They're for basically fixing all the factions in the world. Everybody in the world just loves bone chips. Got all these moais up here on the island for some reason. Collected like 600 for cleric faction. Just want to stop and reflect. Hey, Yalisam Poust, what are you doing out here? I'd love to chat, but I have much studying to do. Farewell. Oh. Good instance. We have 5 minutes on an instance pick. And yeah, sharks are not going to be respawning for a while. Because they're on a 2-hour timer. For God knows why. Let's see. Okay, what else? Because we can come back and pick this up to... Skeletons in South Kron increase Priest of Life. Yep. And decrease Blood Sabers. Yep, the Putrid Skeletons, specifically. Let's see, what other, good view of the moon from here. Yeah, we could go do like a daily run of fear or something. Just get some slime bloods, but I mean our gloves are already up. We don't have any extra shield dupes either. Let's see. We've got our deep water goblin nets. Thank God. Now that step sucks. Yeah, we could honestly just leave this for let's see, we did that at about 11. Honestly, we could leave it for skeletons, yeah. Or 2 gold to a wandering guy in Kinos. Yep. Or you turn in beggar heads to the Knights of Thunder. That works too. Just kill Beggar Wylan in the sewers. Give his head to a guy in the Knights of Thunder, and that gets you 50 faction points with Knights of Thunder and 37 with Priests of Life. And he's on a 72-second repop. You can go from Yep. You can go from indifferent to max ally in like an hour. It's super convenient. There's also the silver bars in North Karana that you can do. Which is right there. That one works really well because it's actually all positive faction. Yep, you just buy silver bars off a vendor and off any jewelry vendor, and you turn them in, and it's just all positive faction. Yep, no downside. Which is really helpful if you're trying to balance Priests of Life with Blood Sabers to do Soulfire and Torrid Corruptor simultaneously. Oh, I don't want to kill you, Nifta. Why did... Nifta, I don't want to kill you. I don't know why you aggroed. I guess because I attacked a snake or a fire beetle or something. But here, we'll just port back to Erudin so to drop aggro. Let's see. There's nothing else we could really... I mean, we don't need Heretics faction anymore. I don't know. How's our Heretics faction looking right now? Heretics is kindly. We could go commit war crimes. That is an option. Oh, something else I wanted to do. Peacekeepers are currently indifferent. Actually, Otis, Ring of Stonebrunt. I want to actually go run around Stonebrunt a little bit. Check out some of the faction quests over there. See if any of the interesting mobs are up. Which they might not be. Let's see, the heretics are like level 20, 24. Okay, so they should all be like dark blue-ish. Is there anybody else in the zone right now? Actually, 4 people in here. That's might be other people doing exactly what I'm doing. Just weird. All right, well, let's jump to +1, I guess. Looking for heretic invaders. Oh, heretic invader. There we go. Track. Head and to the left. To the left and above you. Okay. There he is. I see him. Right up there. I see you there. Let's see. Combine. Oh, it takes 4 of these. Blah. And you get normal heretic faction hits. There's another one. It's probably that guy right there. Heretic invader up there. Yeah. God, trying to do this without tracking would be miserable. Because, you know, 2 mobs in a zone this huge. 2 wandering mobs in a zone this huge. You need warmly, or for Soulfire, just needs to be warmly. Let's see. And the heretics are on an hour respawn? Really? Ugh. Awful. Wedgeneer Devere? Who is, what is this guy used for? Just something related to probably Gulf of Gunthak that's out of era. Lots of mature pandas, but that's not what we're looking for. Yeah, all these. Let's see. Any Yeah, just a bunch of junk on track. Yeah, I guess other people that are in the zone are probably doing the same thing. Because what else would people be doing in this zone? Yeah, nothing. Yeah, nothing's showing up on track that's at all useful. So apparently we aggroed a monkey. An elder granite back. Yeah. Alright, well, let's try +3, I guess. Hey, Mr. Heretic. I see you there. You think you're all cool with your blood moon? Your fine steel wakizashi, actually. Well, there should be a second invader somewhere. I mean, should be. But who knows? Yeah, there may very well not be. 2 more minutes. Till we can check +4. And Omni Slayer, good evening. Or Omni Slays, excuse me. Good evening. Happy Friday. Oh, a mature panda growls and attacks me. Hello, a mature panda. You have chosen violence. Now we're just trying to mess around with some faction quests here in Stonebrunt right now. Had a pretty good grind through the bottom floor of Plane of Hate earlier. Had a big old stack of motes and then promptly used them all. You know, many such cases. What is this new raid you're hearing about? I don't know. There are not any new raids yet. I know there's gonna be some coming down the pipe eventually. Yeah, but they're not in yet. Oh, there's the Heretic Invader. Head to the right. That was probably the... Straight ahead. Oh, there he is. Oh, I see him. Is that him? There he is. Okay. Yeah, I don't need 40,000 reactions while I sleep. Actually, I don't have that problem. It's like I'm in the server area. I don't. I never have that problem there. There are other servers where I have that problem, but yeah, not that one. Yay! All right. Well, we have 4 heretic heads at least. We can go turn those in. From Shazda. So we may we're gonna have or there will be an official live stream tomorrow, where they're gonna be talking about some of the new upcoming zones, like Rajarkian Hills and Necropost Castle. So maybe we'll get some sort of clues about what that content is gonna entail. And we get a tribal headband, which I assume has no graphic. Yep, no graphic. So. Would take a lot. When we do one more of those, we get to Indifferent with Kejek Village. So that's, I guess, something. But, nothing else really on track that that is of any note. And yeah, that method for getting faction here is just terrible. And man, getting Peacekeeper's faction is basically impossible. What was the library book faction? How does this work? Oh, that's right, because that's the Testament of Vanir quest. Ugh. All right. Oh. Oh, actually, that... With Lorena... She is... Catman, Alliance, Clearwater, Divine... This is... Alright, this might be a better way to get... working Erudite... Peacekeeper's faction. We just have to go to the Warrens. Turning into a pumpkin, you should get... don't turn into a pumpkin, you know, on camera like I did. Yeah. Don't put yourself through a humiliation ritual unnecessarily. So you could hypothetically... I mean, you could kill stuff in here until you get amiable with Peacekeepers, but... You can't believe you missed that? Yeah. That's why, you know, go watch the clips. It got clipped twice, so... So, if we go do the, let's see, we find a Darius Renar. Which, if we have to do, we do have a backup plan just in case. But for the most part, yeah, I'll say that +7 bracer, like comparing to a lustrous russet bracer, a little bit less AC. Basically, it's got some agility, and it's got disease instead of fire and cold. But it's a good bracer, and the fact that it's tradable is interesting. And you know, it's almost as good as lustrous russet. Got Soulfire. Not better than your X-Axe. Same ratio. X has the haste, yeah. That's okay, because, you know, Soulfire will get turned into Fiery Avenger sooner rather than later. At the very least, you know, remember to bump it up to +4 and pull the click out of it. Oh, I do see Mugglewump is up. We should go oblige him with a murder. While we're here. Hello, Grodel Ripclaw. Thank you. And blood-cured wraps. We can just sell those. Cobalt Outcast. He's just having a nap. Hey there, Mugglewump. Here, I gotta pull you up onto dry land, because hitboxes are a thing. Oh, hey, we got the cast iron stein, which is interesting because that's actually a weapon. So we could actually turn a weapon into a beer mug. And the Midnight Sea Mail Coat. I'm curious how that looks. It's probably just blue chainmail. Yep, it's just blue chainmail, but I mean, it's a good color. It's pretty stylish. And yeah, we can just whack people with a mug. With the cast iron stein. So. Alright, thanks, Mugglewump. Oh, Heretics is like almost basically maxed. Oh, there we go. Heretics is maxed out. First we got to go to the whole other end of the zone. What was this guy's name? Adarius. There he is. He's down in the corner here. I am planning on returning to Erudin soon. We have lots of inventory space to hold these things. So we can just keep repeating this line of dialogue. Gonna busting out a little funky beat on the keyboard there. And then we can just auto inventory every copy of this note. Of which we will end up with many. Clips are incredible. True story, by the way. At one time, I was on a business trip. In a hotel room with a couple of coworkers, and I was sleeping in one of the chairs because we had like one bed in a room with like 4 guys. And yeah, I'm sleeping in a chair, and Like everybody else in the group was a horrific snorer. And had all the kinds of other, various restless sleep things. Oh, oops. Oh, wow, I didn't really realize our inventory was that full already. Okay. Um, that's fine. All right. Transport. Oh, we can't open with our book. That's fine. We'll just cast it as a ritual. We'll cast Ring of Tox. And yeah, I was asleep in the chair, and I was not snoring. In fact, making no sounds whatsoever, and like not moving at all. And one of the guys who just happened to be still awake at like 2 in the morning, actually like woke me up to make sure I was okay, because I was so still and quiet while asleep. He couldn't tell if I was actually breathing. All right, we gotta hand this to Lorena at the Temple of Divine Light. Cool. Yeah, she will accept it at indifferent, which is good. Which means you can raise this faction with Hide Sneak. And crucially, this also raises High Council of Erudin by 5 points, which is usually kind of the tricky one to raise. So being able to just speed run this faction like this, very nice. Because yeah, normally these aren't. I think in vanilla these items would be lore. Oh, whoops, that's Killage Plans. Yeah, she does not need those. Oops. So we can... Yeah, at 5 points, though, that means we would need to do 400 notes to max faction. Ugh. Which, I mean, it seems like a lot, but it's really not. Besides, there's a better way to... Okay, that is the whole... Besides, there's a better way to... Actually, rituals, yeah, circle... Yeah, we're up to kindly. Yeah, 240. Yeah. We've got a, yeah, OP quest. Yeah, for sure. We're gonna supersize this quest. We're gonna make it even more OP. Yeah, we're gonna munchkinize this quest. Now, like, the real... If we wanted to, like, giga munchkinize it, we would have actually bound ourselves at the NPC. So we could just teleport right back there via gate. Where even are we bound right now? Oh yeah, we're bound at El Guck right now. Which is, I think, a pretty useful bind point. Yeah, we have a... We're going to see if we can do this with a little bit less carpal tunnel. You know, we are still kindly to heretics. Not like that matters. Because, you know, we are always ready, willing, and able to go commit war crimes in Payneal on a moment's notice. We do not need their approval. Yeah. Alrighty. Well, now what we're going to do, we're going to go in here and we're going to make a macro. And we're gonna say we'll call this a Darius. This will be say I am planning on returning to Erudin soon. Okay. All right, very good. Now, on the other hand, we should returning to Erudin soon. Planning on returning to Erudin soon. We should get 3 interactions. And we do. Okay. Which means we can now go say I am planning on returning to Erudin soon. I am planning on returning to Erudin soon. We get 5 interactions. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 80. So, we now have 400 of these notes on our cursor, because your cursor can hold infinite items. And we're going to ritual back to talks. No, we had no error messages there. And even on the first batch, I actually had more copies of, I had like 10 or 15 sitting on my cursor. And yeah, right now we have 400 of them on our cursor. Which is just silly. But it works. At least it should work. You crash the server. If you did that enough times, you could eventually you would probably actually cause some kind of error message. If you took an auto clicker and started really trying to break it, yeah, you probably could. And then give, two, give. And because they're just on our cursor anyway, we can just click her 4 times. Click give. Eh. Okay, so there is... Alright, there is apparently a limit to how many items you can keep on your cursor. It's 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. What is that? 9, 13, 17, 21, 25, 29, 33, 37. Okay, it might be like 30, 37 apparently actually looks like is the most you can put on your cursor at a time. Actually, I was thinking about actually just like gating back, but there's Toxilia gate, yeah. Okay, so there is a little safety mechanism there. Like 30 something is the 36, 37, something like that is the most it'll let you hold on your cursor. Well, still. Yeah, good to know. Well, we still have our macro, though, for getting more notes. And if we need to make sure we don't break our heretics faction, I mean, if we care, it's easy enough to just mash a few kobolds along the way. as we walk back down to the jail cell. Because 5 heretics faction every time we smack a kobold. And of course there's a an achievement for killing 5,000 kobolds anyway. So it's something that we would want to do at some point. So why don't I do it this way? Yeah, and that bag right here will tell me basically when my inventory is full, because that's the last bag in the sequence. Five. That worked out nicely. And then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we've got, and we want Ring of Toxulia. Because, yeah, Ring is on the north half of the zone, Gate is on the bottom half of the zone. And we got 40 of them saved on our cursor, plus however many are in our inventory. So this should get us pretty close to max. What are you farming the faction for? I don't know. Because it's there. One of those things because you never know what kind of oddball quests might get added to the game that require it. Yeah. So you might say that it's for science. Come on. There we go. The, not the dumbest thing that we've done for science. Hmm? 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36, 37. Okay, yeah. 30. You can hold 37 items on your cursor. 37? Is that counting me? Okay, 38. 38! Yeah, well, it is an odd number. You'd think you'd be able to hold 35 or 40. You know, you'd think it would be, yeah, divisible by 5 or 10. But it's not. It's 37. Although, for what it's worth, High Council of Erudin is one of the factions that you need to unlock Erudite as a race. So, this does technically actually have a mechanical purpose. Even though I'm not planning on utilizing Erudite for anything, but, you know, gotta get those achievements. How much? All right, we're up to ally. We're at 1200. We need. Okay, we just got to get through ally. It's like a lantern quest. I forgot which factions that gave. Hey, Reclon now, and this is the guy who actually does the Fiery Defender quest, by the way. Yes. I seek atonement. Have the strength of spirit to attain it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, obviously he will not give the dialogue just yet. Rituals. Toxulia Gate. So one more inventory full. Should. Because, like, Priests of Mar. Because, yeah, Fate Arc Champions. Yeah, 1990. Or thereabouts. 1491. Yeah, we need. Yeah, not a 2025. 13. Yeah, one more cartload of notes from the Warrens should max out both factions. Yo-ho, no light. Yeah, we're still kindly in here. Ogres trying to block the hallways. As I had mentioned before, we bought the last rank of Steadfast Will tonight. So we can finally, point at all the ogre players and say, look what they have to do to imitate even a fraction of our power. There we go. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. See, we've gotten fairly efficient at this now. And by the time we're done with this, we should be able to go check on those plagued sharks. See if they're back up and see if we can get our second piece of plague shark meat. Which would be very nice. Because if we do, then tomorrow we will do the entire Armor of Roe quest series. As it will be mostly ready to go. We will just need to farm Melitite from the robots in Sol A, and that should be all we need. Otherwise, worst case, we might need to go kill a couple of gargoyles in Mistmore to get a few pieces of Mistmore granite. I think we have enough. I think we have 7. But I'll have to double check in the bank. If we need to get 1 or 2 more, though, that will take single-digit minutes. That is the that part is the least of our worries. The melitite is actually fairly annoying. Because as with so many 1999 Paladin quests, we have to go slaughter a bunch of innocents in order to get the components. All right. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36, and 37. Oh, dang it. Yeah, God, dang it. Yeah, we should be maxing out here pretty soon. Although we'll hit maximum high council first, and then like peacekeepers will be right behind it. Although it looks like we might actually need 1 more trip. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we're so close. We need like, I don't know, 40 more peacekeepers. Goes to 1990. Yeah, we need basically 1 more trip. So we'll clean a couple of molars out of our inventory along the way, just to free up a little bit more inventory space. what we have for molars? Yeah, okay. Alrighty, rituals. Toxgate. One more time. One more time with feeling. Who's emailing me at 1 in the morning? Oh. Okay, that's fine. Freeman Bear Pig. So is he a bear pig who is a free man? Is he a man bear pig who is free? Is he like half man bear, half pig? All right, Adarius. You know why I'm here. Let's Hey, at least we're not getting carpal tunnel in the process. So could be worse. Compared to some of the other nonsense we've done for science, yeah, this is not too bad. All right. 1, 2. Yeah, the key talks. Hey, you woke up. Been over last night after work and found you snoozing on the job. Yep, that. I was only out for like 5 minutes. But, yeah. No, that complete humiliation ritual has now been saved, to 2 different clips. So, you can relive that whenever you want. But yeah, that is what happens when you only, sleep like 4 or 5 hours a night for weeks on end. I could not tell you the last time I actually slept 8 hours in a night. It has been, a long time. But now, yeah, has tainted my reputation forever, and I will never live it down. Oh, dang it. 5 years from now, it will be the only thing people remember about me. Oh! There we go. That's one achievement for High Council of Erudin. Cool. Sleep 8 hours. Thanks, government, for gamification of sleep scores. Yeah, let's see, like, yeah, because basically every day I, usually wrap up streaming around, what, like midnight to 1 a.m. until I actually finish up all the other stuff I have to do. I usually go to bed at about 2:30 in the morning. Then I get up for work again at about 7:30 to 8. Come home around 5 to 6. Start streaming at 6:30. And do that until about, midnight to 1. That's the whole day. Large soil bag. Yeah, I really, I need each day to be about 28 hours long, and I really need there to be about 8 or 9 days in a week. There we go, now Peacekeepers is done. Yay. Does Peacekeepers not have an achievement? Keepers adjusted by 2? Okay. Yeah, guys. I guess Peacekeepers actually does not have an achievement, oddly enough. Yeah, Deepwater Nights is the third one. All right. Well, with that done, let us go check if the sharks are back up. Yeah, new ally. Woot woot. Yeah, just in case. Yeah, never know when you might need some oddball factions like that. Also, yeah, I'm not sure if the Lantern Quest raises Peacekeepers or not. I know it raises High Council. It might. All right, killer sharks are out there. Yeah, not sure if the plague shark has respawned yet or not. I might be a little early for that. I've got 2 charges though, so I think that means it's been 2 hours. Although they don't always spawn though, so who knows? Or someone else may have sniped them. That is also a thing. Yeah, we have 2 charges up on Chippy. Well, so there's... Hey, buddy. Oh, the plague shark's all the way over here this time. That's weird. Chip Chip. You... Aw, buddy. Hang tight, pup. Yeah, Chippy, lay down, bud. Yep, have a seat. Can you sit, bud? There you go. Have a seat. Yeah, it's a good boy. Oh, there he is. Hey there, a plague shark. May I please have some of your meat? I would like to not have to bully you anymore, please. Yes. Yes, please give me your delicious meat. This is only Erud's Crossing instance number 16. Not a popular zone. Oh, that's not a killer shark. Rip. Okay, so apparently they can wander all the way over here. Man, these things have a huge wandering range. But I don't see it out this way. There's the skeleton sailor up here on dry land. A bit out of place there, aren't you, bud? It's a killer shark. That's not what we want. Yeah, killer sharks are no good. We need plague sharks. But there does not appear to be one in here. So whenever there is, they're usually pretty obvious. So let's just drop the instance. He was up in +1, so hypothetically should be up in the others. hypothetically. Though, +1 was, I think, the one where we didn't find one the first time around, so... I don't know, maybe the spawn times are longer than 2 hours? Yeah, every time so far we've had to go looking for them, they just haven't been there. We've never had to go that far just to spot them in the first place. And yeah, once again, off the bat was over on this corner. For whatever that's worth. Yeah, miss. Many such cases. Please, Mr. Shark, I need your meat. I don't want to bully you anymore. Thank you. Huzzah, there's our rotten shark meat. And some seahorse roe. Cool. All right. Well. What time is it? 1:32. Okay. I think it's probably a good time to go to bed, honestly. So. Yeah, alright, cool. So, alrighty. Oh, that was a very productive night. Sleeping is such a waste of time. I know, right? But if we don't do it enough, then, you know, we you know, we start running out of norepinephrine and, you know, neurochemical signals stop firing correctly, especially once the especially once all the acetylcholine is burned off. Yeah, then things get really tough. So that will have to do us for tonight, but that's okay. We'll pick it up and do more tomorrow. So, or technically later today. So, thanks for tuning in, everybody, and thanks for watching to the end there, everybody out in VOD land and YouTube land. See, I did not pass out in my chair this time. So, you know, sorry, no humiliation rituals today. But, you know, there's always tomorrow. So, my name is Tim. I'll see y'all next time. Good night.